It all begins with a young man reflecting on his life in front of his computer. He mentions that he simply fell asleep after work while having a beer and gaming, but when he wakes up, he's shocked to find he's ended up inside the world of that game. At that moment, a girl named Cyril shouts, warning Kadam to be careful of the demons. The warrior wields his giant axe and declares he will take care of all of them. With that, he leaps from the cliff, enveloped in a powerful red aura. He charges toward his adversaries and strikes a giant monster with a devastating blow. The other demons around become enraged and launch an attack, but Kadam splits one of the beasts in two with extreme ease. He continues to violently carve a path through the crowd of monsters. Pieces of his opponents start to rain down, staining the ground red. The warrior's brutal strength leaves only destruction in his wake. A crater forms on the spot as the dust settles around the protagonist. He stands up, showing off the full might of his muscular body. Kadam remarks that the demon realm lives up to its reputation for high-level monsters. He realizes the path to the great demon will be much harder than he imagined. Even so, he looks back, seeming to worry about something else. Several fireballs fly through the air as he laments that he'll get an earful from Melissa. A huge explosion hits the creatures, right in front of the warrior. Right after, the mage shouts the protagonist's name at the top of her lungs. The mage Melissa appears, irritated, saying he shouldn't charge ahead alone like that. At that moment, a man draws his golden sword and asks the mage to calm down. The swordsman in the blue cape rushes at high speed toward the remaining beasts. This is the hero Gale, who lands a precise blow on the monster with his blade. He tells Melissa to save the scolding for later and focus on the current battle. The mage creates flames in her hand, sighing that Gale's heroic manner is almost irritating. Meanwhile, the priestess Cyril says a prayer, asking for Atala's protection. She watches the fight, worried that Kadam is pushing himself too hard for their sake. In the distance, the protagonist continues to mercilessly strike down demons. The priest Gordon approaches with his mace and tries to reassure the girl. He guarantees the warrior knows what he's doing and suggests they eliminate the monsters first. The priestess agrees as another explosion pushes back the nearby enemies. The protagonist narrates that his name in this world is now Kadam. He watches his teammates fighting and using their magical abilities. Kadam explains he is the vanguard of the hero's party, formed to defeat the great demon. He also carries the title of Great Warrior of the God of Combat and the Wild. But deep down, he reveals he is just a modern, day worker who was reborn into the game. He says that the main story of this world was extremely simple and straightforward. A hero receives a divine revelation to gather companions and defeat the demon king. Living through that could be fun, but not for an ordinary human dealing with this horde. Tired of it all, Kadam pulls out a flask and starts to drink a mysterious liquid. He faces the grim creatures, feeling that this world is too cruel for him. The system announces that drinking demon blood has activated the blood rage trait. Consumed by fury, he charges forward, saying he just needs to take down a few more enemies. His arms glow red as he strikes the face of a burly monster. Taken by a wild instinct, the warrior tears into the beast with his own teeth. Completely covered in red, he lets out an insane and terrifying laugh. In his thoughts, he pleads to get out of this cursed world as fast as possible. Kadam finishes by consuming the remains atop a mountain of bodies he just created. His expression is now that of a true demon, as he endlessly chews on the remains. A red-haired demoness with horns runs swiftly toward the protagonist. She curses the humans as Kadam violently grabs her by the face. The completely enraged warrior mercilessly lifts the creature into the air by its neck. With a terrifying expression, he yells that he will devour every single monster. Kadam crushes the enemy's face, declaring he will drink every last drop of her essence. Suddenly, a bright divine light shines from the heavens, and someone yells for him to stop. The protagonist, partially transformed, halts his attack and hears his name being called. A purifying magic hits his back as Melissa holds him, crying. Kadam is frozen under the beam of light, with the mage hugging him from behind. The warrior regains some of his consciousness and murmurs Melissa's name in confusion. He looks in disbelief at his own monstrous hand, still crushing the beast's head. The system warns about his loss of sanity as he realizes he almost attacked his allies. Amidst the fallen creatures, Kadam laments that the game's simple description was completely true. He covers his face, disturbed, feeling that reality has turned into a madness that consumes him. The young man confesses that the once disgusting substance now has a sweet taste that drives him mad. Kadam wonders if he can keep his mind sane until they defeat the great demon. Reflecting on this, he concludes that he needs to defeat the boss before it's too late. The warrior comes to his senses with Melissa clinging to his back, calling his name. The mage smiles in relief, saying she's fine and asking him not to blame himself for anything. Kadam apologizes, and she replies that now it's the party's turn to protect him. The priestess Cyril also approaches, calling the knight in a gentle voice. Gordon assures him they will do everything to help him not get lost in his own madness. The priest smiles, joking that he'll knock his companion back to his senses if he has to. At that moment, the hero Gale appears, stepping on the remains, and asks if everyone is rested. The swordsman suggests they get moving again if the group has recovered from the fight. Gale extends his hand, saying they need to defeat the villain and save the world together. Kadam looks at the hero's hand with an exhausted expression, but accepts the help. They shake hands as the protagonist narrates that the group continued their journey. A long time passes until finally, Gale shouts Kadam's name in despair. The warrior soars through the air with his axe, aiming for the huge demon king's back. The villain turns his face in fright, noticing the devastating attack approaching him. Kadam strikes the creature's back with a brutal and devastating flaming blow. The hero Gale watches the scene relieved, saying the battle is finally over. The great demon suffers the fatal wound, and its body begins to violently break apart. The creature's energy explodes, staining the scenery and marking the end of the terrible combat. Melissa staggers, exhausted, observing the smoke on the destroyed battlefield. The mage clutches her spellbook and asks in disbelief if it's all really over. At that instant, a large, bloodied hand lightly touches the girl's shoulder. Gordon smiles calmly and confirms they won thanks to the mercy of the goddess Elga. The mage's eyes widen, still processing that the terrible mission was accomplished. But suddenly, she turns her face in shock, realizing something has gone very wrong. Someone falls to the ground as the group despairs, not understanding what just happened. Cyril, with her eyes covered, screams in panic, asking where Kadam went. The warrior drops his axe, leaving it stuck in the ground, and walks toward the portal of light. Gale yells for him to stop, asking how he can enter it without knowing what's inside. Kadam just stops at the top of the cliff, before the illuminated path, saying nothing. The protagonist slowly turns around with a serene look, reflecting the golden glow. He smiles, revealing it was an honor to meet them in person and not through a screen. Gale extends his hand, shouting no, as his companion moves toward the unknown. The hero tries to grab him, but an incredibly blinding light engulfs everything around them. Someone tries to reach their companion, but the blinding light takes him away from there forever. One of the allies falls to his knees, completely devastated by the warrior's departure. The priestess Sarah weeps on the ground as several pillars of light pierce the dark skies. She murmurs Kadam's name, feeling the pain of losing someone so important. Meanwhile, the protagonist walks calmly through an immense dark void. He follows an illuminated path, reflecting on the end of his journey. Kadam walks with confidence, feeling that his mission has finally been accomplished. He realizes that this darkness is the same as when he arrived and thinks about what he'll do when he returns. The young man plans to have a cold beer and sleep, vowing never to play medieval fantasy again. He regrets not saying a proper goodbye to his companions, but accepts that he will never see them again. The young man reflects sadly that the great warrior Kadam is now gone forever. At that moment, he spots a luminous rift and believes it's the way back to reality. He celebrates that he will finally be free, but freezes when he notices something terribly wrong. Breaking into a cold sweat, he tries to convince himself that this is just a nightmare and can't be real. a huge plus symbol appears, shining intensely and illuminating all the darkness. The warrior lets out a nervous and completely desperate laugh as he understands what happened. He screams at the top of his lungs, a mix of madness and despair throughout the entire void. The system then relentlessly displays the message announcing the start of New Game Plus. A second shining message confirms that the entire game is restarting from scratch. Everything begins again on a beautiful sunny day, with soldiers escorting a cart and prisoners. Several men walk exhaustedly, their hands firmly bound by heavy iron shackles. The convoy continues its journey, escorted by armed guards. In what seems to be a very peaceful setting, a bearded prisoner claims innocence, saying it was the baker's son who took the woman's life. One of the guards gets angry and yells, demanding that the criminals be quiet immediately. The old prisoner grumbles irritably, while the soldier glares at him threateningly. The guard mutters that this bunch of trash loves to talk too much during the long walk. At that moment, another prisoner politely gets his attention, saying he was wronged. The soldier looks on impatiently and asks what the man with the goatee wants now. The man insists he never sold demonic items and begs to speak with the inspector. The soldier just stares at him in complete silence, showing not the slightest empathy for his story. The prisoner nervously insists that some guards blame the innocent to forge achievements. The guard thinks it's a shame a young holy knight is involved in this kind of scheme. Even so, he bellows furiously, saying his own head would roll if he questioned it. He intimidates the merchant, asking if he has the courage to doubt a holy knight. The soldier says he will be released if he's innocent and tells him to get back in his place. The man hangs his head in defeat and returns to the line as the guard watches his back. The soldier laments mentally, knowing the man will never survive after angering a knight. Leaving the merchant aside, the guard looks away, sighing at the whole situation. The defeated prisoner stops right in front of an incredibly tall and muscular man. This shackled giant is the protagonist, trapped again in his barbarian warrior body. He walks in the middle of the group, drawing a lot of attention for being incredibly larger than the others. The young man stares at the horizon, trying to understand what on earth is happening to his life. He notes that the body is familiar, but all the power he had accumulated before has vanished. At least, he realizes with relief that the madness and guilt that consumed his mind are gone. Kadam puts the pieces together and concludes that the cursed system restarted the entire game. Even so, he closes his eyes, confused, not understanding why he is in this situation. He remembers that in real life, the game never started like this, when an old man calls out to him friendly. The elderly prisoner offers him something to chew on during the walk to ward off boredom. The warrior looks at the man in silence, still processing everything he has just discovered. The old man smiles, saying that some barbarians helped him in the past, and this was his way of repaying them. The old man asks how he was captured, and the warrior calmly replies that he doesn't know. The prisoner understands the situation as Kadam continues to walk, bound by shackles. The protagonist laments that the Empire's knights are so cruel to heretics. He is confused to hear about an empire, and the man asks if he doesn't know about Lucanian. Kadam remembers that was the name of a kingdom, and the old man explains that was a long time ago. The warrior deduces he has traveled through time and discovers they are heading to the holy capital. The old man warns that he will probably face the terrible Inquisition when they arrive. Kadam sighs in relief, knowing that at least he won't be executed immediately. The old man is startled by the response and asks the reason for such relief. He desperately explains that the inquisitors are madmen addicted to torturing prisoners. The old man warns that they tend to pull out fingernails and pour molten iron on people. Suddenly, a holy knight on horseback strikes the kind old man with a blow. The elderly prisoner spits blood after being brutally struck in the chest by the enemy's magic. The knight raises his spear, declaring that any offense must be paid for with one's life. The arrogant soldier smiles sadistically, wanting to stir up even more trouble there. The holy warrior's horse advances slowly along the dirt path, kicking up dust. He points the weapon at Kadam, asking if it was the barbarian who started the commotion. The knight orders the protagonist to beg for forgiveness if he doesn't want to end up like the old man. The blonde soldier smiles mockingly, stating that perhaps he'll let him live if he begs. But Kadam just gives a threatening smile, showing not a shred of fear of the enemy. The knight becomes furious, asking how a mere heretic has the nerve to mock him. Consumed by rage, the soldier charges with his shining spear, calling it blasphemy. Kadam's gaze sharpens, and he smirks, ready for the imminent attack. The holy knight's eyes widen, completely shocked by what just happened. The protagonist simply grabs the tip of the magical spear with his own shackled hands. The blonde man trembles from the effort, trying to push the useless weapon against the barbarian. Desperate from his lack of strength, the knight yells, ordering the prisoner to let go of the weapon. Kadam says he will do as he asks and simply releases the tip of the enemy's spear. With the unexpected jolt, the knight loses his balance and falls backward off his horse. The soldier turns purple with rage, vowing to judge this cursed heretic with his own hands. However, the arrogant warrior's eyes widen in panic as he looks up. Kadam uses his incredible physical strength and leaps high into the air to crush the holy knight. The warrior lands with a deafening crash, raising a thick cloud of dust. The cloud of dirt dissipates, showing Kadam crouched, unharmed after the violent impact. The horse collapses, exhausted on the ground, while the blonde soldier falls, completely defeated. Kadam stands up calmly and observes the opponent's condition in complete silence. The injured soldier crawls on the ground, cursing the filthy barbarian for daring to touch him. He grabs his spear with difficulty, refusing to lose to a common prisoner. The barbarian reflects that even as a rookie, a holy knight wouldn't go down that easily. The blonde warrior gets to his feet and points his spear to the sky, releasing a powerful aura. Kadam is surprised to see the magnitude of the spell about to be cast. The soldier calls upon the goddess Elga, asking the master of eternal light to grant him her strength. A massive divine pillar strikes the knight's weapon as he prepares for the blow. The blonde man's face contorts in fury, ready to punish the prisoner once and for all. The holy soldier channels all the accumulated energy and fires his devastating spell. A huge cutting wave of light travels along the ground, destroying everything in Kadam's direction. The protagonist crouches defensively, his arms bound, sensing the imminent danger. With his abilities reduced, he realizes with frustration that it will be impossible to dodge the blow. The magic collides violently, exploding the terrain and blinding everyone around. Kadam is thrown backward, breaking the guard's own cart with the impact. The dust cloud settles, revealing Kadam fallen amidst the wreckage of the cart. The warrior clutches his chest and realizes he survived the devastating impact. The knight walks up to him and comments, surprised that the prisoner withstood the attack. The blonde man approaches, saying his durability is as brutal as his appearance. Kadam thinks that with his abilities reset, all that's left is the blood rage. He stares at his own hands, frustrated for struggling so much against a guy like that. The warrior wonders how he'll get out of this situation when he smells a peculiar scent. He looks at a broken crate and is filled with hope upon recognizing that smell. The arrogant soldier's footsteps get closer and closer to the destroyed cart. The knight acknowledges the barbarian's strength, but warns that this is the end of the line for him. He raises his weapon, ordering the heretic to receive divine pardon through his demise. Suddenly, the soldier's eyes widen, and he backs away, completely surprised. The blonde man covers his nose in disgust, asking what that horrible smell is all of a sudden. Kadam is already on his feet and lets out a dark laugh in front of the confused opponent. The warrior bursts into laughter, and the soldier asks if he's gone mad before his end. Showing off the glowing scar, Kadam says the goddess seems to have chosen him. In a swift motion, the prisoner completely smashes the rest of the wooden crate. He pulls a demon's head out of it, which was still dripping fresh blood. Kadam throws the beast's head near the knight, who recoils in disgust. The mark on the protagonist's chest continues to glow brightly under the sunlight. With a macabre smile on his face, he prepares to turn the tables in his favor. The warrior raises the creature's severed head high above his own face. Without hesitation, he uses his brutal strength to squeeze the monster's skull with his hands. The dark fluid begins to trickle down the thirsty prisoner's muscular neck. Kadam swallows all of that disgusting liquid as his body emanates a red aura. Everyone on site watches the bizarre scene in complete silence and absolute shock. The knight feels extreme disgust at that act and refuses to get near him. Cowardly, the blonde man yells, ordering one of the guards to finish off the filthy wretch. The soldier gulps and trembles as he advances against the barbarian, who is overflowing with pure energy. The poor guard stammers in terror, telling the prisoner to just perish already. He musters his courage and yells, brandishing his spear against the giant's glowing back. But Kadam simply crushes the man's face with a single monstrous hand. The barbarian continues to chew the demon's flesh, savoring his blood rage. The soldier struggles uselessly, begging for the warrior to spare his life. Kadam lifts the man by the neck as if he were a light and fragile toy. Desperation takes over the guard, who screams in pain as the giant hand squeezes his face. The holy knight watches the scene, completely paralyzed and in shock. A loud snap echoes as the protagonist brutally breaks the unfortunate man's head. Kadam notes that the blood was weak, but figures the strength gained will be enough to escape. With glowing red eyes, he insanely shouts that this is more than enough. The prisoner roars to the heavens as dark power takes over his body. The other guards tremble in fear before the brutality of this gigantic man. The mustached soldier can't even form a sentence as he stares at the beast. He screams in desperation that this person is a monster and retreats in terror. The guards' spears fall to the dirt ground, marking their immediate surrender. All the men turn their backs and run away from the danger as fast as possible. The blonde knight furiously orders them to come back and form ranks against the unarmed target. He tries to impose order, threatening to severely punish anyone who flees the battle. The arrogant man thinks that just a few more thrusts would be enough to finish off the enemy. Just then, he is hit by the head thrown by Kadam, who is already charging to attack him. The blonde knight falls to a sitting position on the ground and groans, stunned by the unexpected impact. He looks in disbelief at the dead creature, wondering how it got there. Suddenly, the soldier gulps as he hears heavy footsteps approaching him. His eyes widen in terror as he senses the opponent's fury. Kadam charges at high speed, covered in a terrifying red aura. The blonde man quickly gets to one knee and readies his spear to counter the attack. He calls upon the goddess Elga, asking for permission to exterminate the demonic servant. The soldier's eyes glow with an intense divine power, full of blind hatred. But Kadam is more agile and stomps hard on the enemy's spear before the blow. Desperate, the knight shouts his goddess's name and tries to pull the weapon back. The barbarian ignores the magic and lands a direct and brutal punch on the holy warrior. The arrogant knight warns that this is the end for the barbarian, but is suddenly interrupted. Kadam grabs the enemy forcefully and asks, in a terrifying voice, if that was all he had. The soldier finally understands the difference in strength and starts to break into a cold, terrified sweat. The barbarian clenches his injured fist and prepares an attack charged with pure violence. Without wasting time, the warrior unleashes a brutal punch directly to the blonde man's face. The impact is so absurd that the knight's face is completely crushed by the force. Kadam knocks the enemy to the ground and starts beating him without any mercy. The prisoner raises his bloodied fist, while the other begs him to stop. With a disfigured face, the soldier cries in regret, asking for forgiveness just this once. Kadam takes a deep breath, covered in the red aura, and finally backs off, stopping the attack. The knight thanks him, crying, thinking the barbarian spared his miserable life. But mentally, the blonde man curses the warrior, vowing to get revenge for this humiliation. He is left lying on the grass, panting, as he tries to catch his breath after the beating. The soldier vows revenge in Elga's name when he hears a strange noise approaching. Kadam slowly walks, dragging the soldier's own holy spear across the ground. The warrior's enormous shadow covers the blonde man's face, whose eyes widen in shock. The knight trembles in terror, and a tear runs down his swollen and bruised eye. Kadam scoffs at the enemy's faith as he holds the shining spear, pointing it downward. The barbarian raises the divine weapon with both hands, ready to execute the fallen soldier. The arrogant warrior babbles desperately, spitting blood and begging for his life. Kadam ignores the plea and pierces the enemy without mercy, sending blood spraying far. The holy knight's chest is run through by his own spear, and he perishes right there. The protagonist stares coldly at the lifeless body before turning his face to the side. He watches in the distance as the other escort guards run desperately over the hill. The men trip over each other, completely terrified of the monster they saw. The prisoner slowly crouches, remembering an important lesson from his past life. The guards flee, panting, thinking they could escape that terrible massacre. One of the soldiers looks back, scared, to check if they were being followed. The relieved guard says they are safe seconds before his head is taken off. Quickly, several spears fly through the air, piercing the chests of all the fugitives. The guards fall, taken down on the ground, as the protagonist states he leaves no loose ends. Hiding in a nearby bush, the old man who had helped Kadam trembles with pure terror. The warrior turns his blood-stained face with an intimidating and completely cold gaze. Kadam kicks a fallen spear on the ground, launching the weapon like a deadly projectile. The spear pierces the arrogant guard from the beginning of the journey through the neck, ending the man. With the soldiers eliminated, the prisoner calls for the old man in a very serious voice. The man and the other prisoners stare at the warrior, paralyzed with pure fear. Kadam announces they need to talk as he breaks his own shackles with brute force. The hostages watch the demonstration of power, completely shocked by what they were seeing. Kadam takes a step forward, recalling the main lesson from his past life. The other prisoners take steps back, completely terrified of him. The warrior charges swiftly, covered by the red aura, to leave no loose ends. The men watch the scene of pure brutality, sweating and trembling with fear. A prisoner begs for mercy, asking what they did wrong. Kadam points the spear at the merchant as the man weeps for mercy. But the protagonist stops the deadly attack just inches from the hostage's face. The barbarian steps back, turning his back as he stares at the horizon in silence. He stands imposing in the middle of the battlefield, filled with enemy bodies. The warrior thinks that if he leaves them alive, they will spread the news about the incident. Kadam holds the weapon firmly, reflecting that he cannot take such a huge risk. The merchant gulps, realizing his life is still hanging by a thread. The man cowers in the grass, holding his head in shock and trembling with terror. The protagonist sticks the spear into the ground, right next to the prisoner, who screams in fright. The giant stares at the cowering man and declares that spear is the last one. He holds the blood-soaked shaft of the weapon while analyzing the current situation. The merchant grabs the spear tightly, crying that all of this was so unfair. The kneeling man trembles uncontrollably at the feet of the gigantic barbarian. The prisoner weeps profusely, begging for his life, swearing he is innocent. Kadam stares at him with total coldness, asking why he should spare him. The man stammers, saying he was framed and that his family is waiting for him at home. The protagonist prepares the blow, warning that innocence is no reason to let him live. Facing imminent doom, the merchant lets out a raw scream of pure despair. But at the last second, the prisoner asks if the barbarian didn't need a guide. Kadam halts the attack with a surprised look at the unusual proposal. The merchant says he knows the entire continent, and the warrior agrees to an interrogation. The protagonist questions, since when the kingdom of Lucanian became a great empire. The man is completely confused by the question, as if it were utter madness. The merchant deduces in shock that the barbarian must be from a region isolated for centuries. Annoyed by the silence, Kadam narrows his eyes, demanding an immediate answer from him. The man stammers, explaining that the empire was founded over 200 years ago. The warrior tries to place himself in time and asks for the year according to the old calendar. The merchant racks his memory and replies that it would probably be the year 1130. Kadam is shocked to realize that his game's calendar is now a thing of the past. Without wasting time, he asks about the current religion and the state of the demon realm. The guide explains that after unifying the continent, the empire split into 3 great powers. He also mentions that the Church of Elgar expanded, and the demon realm became a great mystery. The protagonist is astonished to hear that no one has ever returned alive from the monster's territory. At that moment, the face of the hero Gale briefly appears in the warrior's thoughts. Soon after, he remembers the gentle smile of his dear mage companion, Melissa. He also recalls the kind priest Gordon and the devout priestess Cyril. Full of hope, Kadam eagerly asks if the merchant had ever heard those names. The man gulps, stating that he didn't recognize any of those people. However, the merchant's eyes widen as he breaks into a cold sweat, suddenly remembering something. The protagonist stares at the hostage with great expectation, hoping for a good answer. The guide murmurs, confused, trying to remember where he had heard that girl's name. Kadam puts a hand to his forehead, unable to believe the hero party had been forgotten by everyone. The warrior squints, trying to understand if this world was the future of the previous game. He asks why beasts are running rampant, and the guide confesses he doesn't know the real reason. The merchant recounts rumors of a divine punishment or a mad archmage opening portals. The guide says some claim the demons are a sign that a terrible evil will befall the world. He looks to the sky, stating that the true answer belongs only to the goddess above the clouds. Kadam listens to the stories about the continent's situation, maintaining a serious and thoughtful expression. Without a word, he decides to forcefully stick the holy knight's bloodied spear into the ground. The merchant watches, confused, as the warrior walks past him, slowly through the field. The protagonist looks out at the vast green landscape, reflecting on everything he has discovered. He deduces that this world is the same continent, 300 years in the future from his original game. The young man laments that all his knowledge from the previous journey had become completely useless. The worst part was knowing that his heroic companions from the past no longer existed in this new era. With a sad expression, he accepts that his old friends have turned to dust and been left behind. Kadam reflects with frustration on having to repeat countless massacres and bloody battles again. He no longer saw the point in living just by drinking monster blood and fighting his own madness. The warrior doubts he could return home, even if he reached the end of the story one more time. He fears the cursed god would trap him in an infinite cycle of new games with each victory. With a defeated expression, the young man closes his eyes and loses all will to continue fighting. The big man uses his brute force and breaks one of the wooden spears in half without any difficulty. The merchant is startled, confused, not understanding what the gigantic prisoner planned to do there. Kadam throws the long shaft away and holds only the part with the sharp metal blade. He points the broken weapon threateningly at his own neck in a determined manner. The merchant panics, desperately asking what the huge barbarian was trying to do. The warrior concludes that taking his own life was the best way out to avoid attachment to a new, false journey. Determined to end his own suffering, he grips the piece of the spear with both hands. Kadam he won't end up stuck on a blank game, over screen after ending it all. He presses the sharp blade against his skin, causing a bit of blood to trickle from his neck. Suddenly, he remembers Melissa promising to build a magic tower when the war was over. Recalling his old companion's wish, the warrior's eyes widen in total shock. He turns abruptly, questioning if the prisoner had really said the name of the mage Melissa. The guide nods nervously, thinking that was the name of the first founding leader of the Great Magic Tower. Kadam grabs the man by the collar, demanding to know exactly where this building was located. The merchant stammers that it was very far from there and would take at least a 2-month journey on foot. The protagonist falls silent, processing the small chance that his friend might have left clues for him. He gives a small smile, feeling that this simple memory has ruined all his plans to perish. Remembering the young mage fondly, the young man understands she wouldn't let him rest in peace so soon. Reborn with hope, he orders the merchant to take him to the location by the fastest route. The man refuses, crying for his family, but Kadam glares at him with a deadly and intimidating look. The warrior grabs the merchant's hand, warning that he would pay for the service with the most precious thing in the world. With a threatening voice, he says the generous payment would be letting the poor merchant live. The barbarian turns his back, telling the man to take off the shackles so they can begin their journey immediately. Kadam picks up an iron sword, believing he could improve it later with the blood rage. He would love to take the fallen divine weapon, but explains that it would burn any impure user. The young man just laments not being able to summon his gigantic axe from the first journey. The merchant puts on his backpack, relieved not to have been taken down by the fury of that huge monster. But the man soon panics upon upon seeing Kadam storing the demon's essence in a flask. The warrior ties the small leather pouch to his waist, next to the new iron sword. Fully prepared and with a focused look, the protagonist finally announces they can leave. The two begin their long and dangerous walk across the open field toward the distant magic tower. Much later, a flock of crows flies over the site of the massacre on the abandoned dirt road. Several black birds take advantage of the solitary environment to devour the rotting flesh remains. A blonde warrior arrives and laments finding the holy night fallen and left in the middle of the field. The heavily armored guard reports there were no survivors and awaits orders from his leader. The knight named Lady Helia arrives at the dangerous site of the bloody incident. She orders the guard Eden to search for any kind of clue about what happened. The soldier promptly agrees, and the woman insults the fallen man, calling him an idiot. The warrior stares at the body, wondering who would have the audacity to take down a knight. She vows to find out what kind of trash would do that to a devoted servant of the archbishop. Meanwhile, the dense night falls, illuminated by a bright and enormous full moon. Kadam and his new guide set up a small camp in the forest to rest. The cozy campfire crackles intensely, warming the two silent travelers. The imposing barbarian takes advantage of the pleasant warmth to sleep deeply without a shirt. The merchant's precious belongings remain on the ground next to the fire, but the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing suddenly echoes through the trees. The merchant runs desperately through the dark forest, fleeing from their camp. He looks back, celebrating with relief that he managed to escape with his life. The completely breathless man decides to run as far away as possible from that monster. He remembers thinking it was great to have a travel companion in such a dangerous place. The problem is that this companion feeds on demons and takes down armies alone. Over the past few days, he tried to offer some food to the silent warrior. The fearful man even offered to build a warmer fire in an attempt to please him. But Kadam never answered anything, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. The merchant finds it impossible to read the intentions of a warrior who almost never speaks. The old man felt like he was in a circus, putting his head directly into a lion's mouth. But he swears he could have endured the immense psychological pressure if it were just that. The real problem was having to keep up with the big man's bizarre marching pace. The protagonist would always look back, dryly warning that the merchant was slow. The hero's walking speed was a real nightmare for the poor man. The man had always been a traveler known for being fast and never tiring. But whenever he pointed the way, the big man would advance at an absurd speed. Kadam would just stare at him from a distance in complete silence, waiting for him to arrive. That oppressive gaze seemed like a death threat if the guide was any more delayed. The frustrated guide thinks that madman's legs must be made of pure steel. The merchant felt like his body would explode if he kept pushing the pace so hard. That's exactly why he made the risky decision to flee in the middle of the night. Back in the present, the lonely guide continues to run under the light of the beautiful, shining moon. He crosses the grass, completely exhausted and sweating from straining his muscles. The hostage celebrates that the opportunity to escape finally came much sooner than he expected. A few tears run down his tired face as he tries to catch his scarce breath. He cries with regret for abandoning his bag full of extremely valuable items. But the coward knew that trying to retrieve the bag would end up waking the fearsome beast. The man sighs heavily, lamenting the huge loss of all his saved money. He finally stops running, feeling a sharp pain, to assess where he was on the path. The merchant throws his head back, feeling the pleasant taste of long-awaited freedom. However, a threatening and familiar voice questions where he was going in such a hurry. The man freezes in place, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to understand how he was found. Kadam appears imposing in the middle of the night, asking why his guide was running away. The protagonist, with glowing eyes, questions if the coward no longer wanted the promised payment. The merchant starts to tremble uncontrollably as he faces his end right in front of him again. The old man falls to his knees on the ground, admitting he made a grave mistake worthy of punishment. He bows in a lamentable and pathetic way, begging for mercy just one more time. Kadam approaches, looking down at him, and warns that he doesn't want an empty apology. The barbarian demands to know the real reason for the escape to ensure he won't try to run away again. The merchant stammers, explaining that he fled because the warrior's walking pace was too fast. The man lowers his head, crying that he would have perished from exhaustion if he had kept pushing so hard. The fearful man closes his sweat-drenched eyes and laments, being absolutely sure he would be finished off there. Kadam stares at the prisoner in complete silence, reflecting on everything he had just heard. The barbarian turns his back, ordering them to return to the camp, leaving the guide surprised. The protagonist surprises the hostage by warning that from now on, he would walk a little slower. The gigantic warrior resumes his path, walking calmly under the intense moonlight. The merchant remains on his knees, completely confused by the mercy of that huge man. The duo finally returns to the safety of the warm campfire at the small forest camp. The barbarian sits to watch over the area while his tired companion falls into a very restless sleep. The merchant thrashes in the middle of the night, having severe nightmares and begging for mercy. Kadam remains at his post, observing the terrible sleep of that fearful man in complete silence. The protagonist realizes that his hurried pace was a bad habit from his troubled past life. He remembers the dangerous demon realm where there was no rest, and madness always pursued him. The young man looks at the forest, noticing that this world had enough food and water to survive. The next morning, the journey resumes, and the barbarian soon notices how useful that old merchant was. The guide points out a long alternative path to avoid the dangerous guards at the Empire's borders. The fearful man tenses up, awaiting confirmation, terrified the giant might not like the detour. But the protagonist agrees with the idea, leaving the old merchant a little more relieved. Kadam admits that without his precious help, he would end up lost since his map is 3 centuries old. The man explains that warriors from other kingdoms wouldn't be safe because of the holy knights. The big man drinks the demon's essence, deducing that the monsters disappeared because of the church. He watches the flask empty and realizes he will need to hunt more demons very soon. The dense night falls once more, covering the quiet forest with an immense, eerie darkness. The merchant carefully pushes some bushes aside and is very surprised by what he sees along the path. The two travelers face an isolated and silent wooden village hidden in the middle of the darkness. The old man assesses the mysterious place, suggesting they ask for food and some shelter to sleep. But the relentless hero notices that there is something very wrong with that seemingly peaceful environment. The merchant gets scared, realizing that there wasn't a single light on in the village houses. The strange main gate was wide open, with no soldiers guarding the dangerous entrance. The barbarian answers his fearful partner's question by walking directly into that place. The desperate old man tries to stop him, warning that dangerous monsters could have wiped out the region. The wind blows hard, making the enormous gates creak in a sinister village that exudes pure abandonment. Kadam ignores his companion's terror and advances firmly while drawing his new iron sword. The imposing warrior grips the weapon tightly, remembering what the guide had said about monsters. He unsheathes the long blade, completely prepared for any enemy that might cross his path. The sadistic protagonist cracks a huge smile, stating that finding demons would be great news. The adventurers walk with heavy steps through the scary and empty center of the silent settlement. The fearful man scans the place, noticing that it didn't seem to have been deserted for a long time as he thought. The powerful barbarian suddenly stops walking, focusing all his great attention on something ahead. Kadam narrows his sharp eyes, carefully observing all the darkest corners of the house next to them. His companion crouches beside him, gulping and asking the real reason for the sudden stop. The armed warrior coldly points out that there was only one invitingly wide, open door in the village. Before the big man could say anything else, the swift sound of aggressive footsteps echoes from inside the cabin. A bizarre greenish demon wielding a blade leaps out, flying insanely towards the two, but the malevolent beast's small reddish eye widens in total shock as it realizes its immense foolishness. Kadam wastes no time and violently cuts the disgusting monster in half, sending a spray of red high into the air. The ugly, bizarre creature is completely destroyed by the relentless and overwhelming attack of that warrior. The enemy's remains fall to the ground, making the terrified old man let out a loud scream of pure terror. A disgusting green foot full of claws steps firmly on the dark ground of the village. 3 hideous, armed goblins emerge from the shadows with very threatening glares. The merchant deduces, shocked, that something has corrupted these normally timid creatures. Kadam gives an excited smile, stating that they came to the right place. One of the small monsters leaps, screaming with hatred, to attack with a piece of wood. The imposing hero draws his sword and makes a violent cut in the blink of an eye. The other 2 demons are completely confused by the swift and brutal attack. The powerful big man readies his sharp blade to continue the intense slaughter. One of the small monsters screams in terror, desperately trying to attack with a knife. But Kadam advances relentlessly and delivers a fatal blow, scattering red into the air. The hero continues to move across the battlefield at an absolutely absurd speed. He blocks a strong attack from another creature, creating bright sparks from the clash. The last remaining goblin raises its small axe, roaring with hatred at the invader. The protagonist simply plunges the sword directly into the beast's chest without any effort. The creature chokes, spitting red liquid, and feeling the cold blade tearing through its flesh. The monster lets out a raw scream of pain and agony as it is cruelly impaled there. Kadam pulls the weapon from the enemy's body, standing tall after eliminating the threat. The fearful guide observes the bodies on the ground, asking with a tremble if they are all gone. The warrior looks around suspiciously, confessing that he's not sure yet. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoes from inside the cabin, making the old man break into a cold sweat. A huge, muscular green hand grips the side of the wooden door with great force. A frightening giant goblin comes out of the house, carrying a small hostage on its shoulders. The merchant is shocked to realize that the captured prisoner is a little girl. The immense malevolent creature opens its mouth wide and lets out a loud roar at the travelers. Without hesitation, Kadam hurls his heavy sword through the air with overwhelming force. The swift, flying blade pierces the giant monster's head, spraying a lot of red liquid. The demon is taken down instantly, with the weapon stuck right in the middle of its face. The gigantic beast falls lifelessly on its back, releasing the small, tied-up child. The disbelieving guide asks what the big man would have done if he had hit the innocent girl there. Kadam ignores him and breaks the girl's thick ropes, using only his bare hands. The cold protagonist calls to her and approaches to ask some important questions. The little blonde girl looks up, trembling and crying, terrified of this stranger. The guide tries to calm her down, showing her a toy and assuring her they meant no harm. The kind man offers a licorice root, saying the flavor is very sweet and good. He states that the monsters are gone, and Kadam compliments the old man's ease with children. The merchant smiles, explaining that his beloved son left at home is the same age. The barbarian warrior listens to his companion's beautiful words in complete silence. The child bites the small candy and murmurs, calling for her mother in a very weak voice. The excited guide agrees to look for her parents, but is surprised by the response. The girl cries sadly, confessing that she was actually abandoned by her family. The relentless Kadam's eyes widen, astonished by the poor girl's cruel revelation. The merchant is shocked to realize that the villagers themselves handed her over to the monsters. The silent warrior lowers his head, understanding what really happened in that place. However, a woman's desperate scream searching for her daughter echoes, surprising everyone there. The girl's mother breaks free from the villagers, running frantically, ignoring any kind of danger. The tearful woman kneels and hugs little Leni tightly with great desperation and relief. She cries with relief, thanking the heavens for the miracle of her beloved daughter being alive and safe. Some villagers arrive with torches and panic completely upon seeing the hideous dead goblins. One of the frightened villagers looks at the huge man and asks if he was the one who did that. Kadam pulls his sword from the dead monster's head and coldly denies being the hero of that act. The big man replies that it was his sword that caused all that huge, violent incident. Kadam demands to know the true story of why they sacrificed their own children. The villagers lower their heads, feeling great shame for making sacrifices to a demon. A man explains that the forest was filled with goblins, and they had to flee there. The group gathers in a cabin, and the peasant tells how the creatures started acting strange. The monsters became very fierce and began attacking the poor village, causing many casualties. The strongest men gathered to eliminate the threat, but ended up being surprised. A terrible, gigantic red demon emerged directly from the shadows, terrifying everyone. The villager cries, explaining they didn't have enough strength and ended up surrendering. The fearsome monster spared the village, but warned it would return the following week to collect something. The malevolent creature demanded that each family offer their most useless child as a sacrifice. The merchant flips out in anger, asking if they went mad handing over such young children. The man retorts, asking who they should sacrifice, since everyone there would end up perishing. Kadam slams his fist on the table with great force, immediately stopping the big argument. The protagonist looks seriously at the peasant and asks how many horns the beast had. The villager is confused by the strange question and replies that the monster had no horns. The barbarian warrior listens to the important answer, processing the information in complete silence. Kadam firmly grips the hilt of his sword and tells the peasants to show him the way. The man stammers, terrified, not understanding where the big foreigner wanted to be taken. The warrior stands up very imposingly, staring at the villager with a very intimidating look. Kadam announces that they will go right now, directly to the demon's dangerous hideout. The frightened villager stammers, repeating again that the red beast had no horns. The barbarian deduces with relief that since it has no horns, the beast must be just a lesser monster. Kadam is confident it will be easy to deal with and prepares for combat, drawing his blade. The peasant remains completely paralyzed with fear, not wanting to go back to that place. The imposing protagonist stares at the cowards, expecting them to obey his simple order. The barbarian reaffirms with great confidence that they will march to the great demon's lair. A solitary torch is lit, intensely illuminating the terrible darkness of the dense forest. The desperate villagers and the travelers advance through the dangerous woods, guided by the fire's light. The peasant laments that the village has nothing to offer as payment for the dangerous service. Kadam warns that he is going to hunt the beast of his own freel, will needs no reward. The man sighs in awe, thanking the hero from the bottom of his heart for his immense kindness. But the barbarian surprises him by taking his heavy axe, claiming he will keep the weapon. After a long walk, the group finally stops, and the leader announces they have reached their destination. The villagers with torches surround the bizarre entrance of a gigantic cave hidden in the woods. Kadam wields his new axe, facing the deep darkness of that dangerous lair. The villagers take steps back, warning that they will run back to protect the small village. The merchant's eyes widen, surprised that the men went there just as simple guides. Kadam ignores their flight and orders the fearful merchant to accompany him as his torchbearer. The old man panics, his eyes widening, unable to believe he will have to enter the dark lair. The two adventurers enter the scary cave as the fire illuminates the old rocks. The merchant asks, outraged, why the warrior didn't punish the village for sacrificing the children. Kadam gives him a very intense look and asks if he has ever been in the presence of a live demon. The guide stammers in terror that he has only seen monster bodies at black market fairs. The barbarian explains that a common person is never the same after facing a beast. He states that all will to live perishes, leaving only the brutal instinct for survival. The old man tears up, murmuring that even wild beasts know how to value their young. Kadam coldly warns that sometimes swallowing the filth is the only way to keep surviving. The guide grows sad, reflecting that in the eyes of those poor children, the whole world abandoned them. The barbarian starts walking again, wondering what the true meaning of living without any humanity is. The merchant observes the warrior standing still, staring into nothing, and calls out to him, confused. Kadam reflects that his own morality has been distorted by his bloody past life. He fears he will never be able to live a normal life if he happens to return to reality. The frightened merchant thinks he said something very wrong and asks about the children. The protagonist remains immersed in his thoughts, not answering his old guide. He deduces that a very cruel monster would keep the small sacrifices alive for now. The The old man is surprised, thinking that cruelty would make the beast devour them all immediately. Suddenly, the guide panics completely, calling for the big man and pointing at the axe. The fearful man screams with all his might, warning of the imminent attack. Right behind the warrior, the old man cowers with his eyes closed, holding his torch, terrified of the danger. A bizarre stone axe cuts through the air violently, aiming directly at the hero's head, but the heavy enemy attack is easily blocked, kicking up dust inside the cave. The warrior turns his head, completely confused by the situation, blocking the sudden attack. A strange dark creature advances across the rocky ground, walking with very heavy steps. The frightened guide recognizes that the unexpected swift attacker was actually another goblin. In a quick move, the hero brutally sinks the new weapon right into the ugly monster's head. But dozens of other furious goblins emerge from the cave's shadows, screaming very loudly. The merchant despairs, not understanding where so many monsters came from, but Kadam asks for light. The warrior charges with all his might, stomping so hard on the ground that he kicks up small stones. One of the small demons prepares to use its knife, but is soon surprised by the hero. The protagonist lifts the small opponent by the neck with just one of his bare hands. He squeezes the creature's throat with such brutality that he almost crushes its bones. The big man uses the struggling monster's body as a shield against a clubbed strike. Kadam complains that the large rocks in the cave limit the wide movements of his sword. Some monsters approach, growling with macabre smiles, carrying rusted machetes. The protagonist prepares for the great carnage, wrapping the leather strap around his hand. A legion of those beasts advances, with blood in their eyes, wanting to tear the intruders apart. Kadam's sword cuts through the air, whizzing swiftly before the beasts attack the group. A hard blow tears the goblin's face, splattering a lot of red liquid on the dark floor of the lair. The brutal and relentless slaughter resumes in an intense bloodbath with many attacks. The powerful protagonist pulls the axe from the monster's head, announcing he will use the weapon. Kadam spins the handle of the heavy blade, driving the metal deep into the forehead of another small enemy. The bloody combat continues, sweeping away dozens of beasts with precise and very lethal blows. The sharp weapons tear through the weak creature's flesh, without giving them any chance to defend. A monster receives a clean blow, losing part of its head while spitting red liquid. The severed part flies through the air and lands near the heavy boots of that army destroyer. The old merchant watches it all, panting and completely terrified by the violence. He observes Kadam standing on a large mountain of bodies, impressed by his strength. Some remaining goblins are frightened by the brutality and turn their backs to flee. The guide announces with relief the monsters escape as the new axe drips red. The barbarian says he will go after them, betting the cowards would run to the demon. The old man continues holding the torch, illuminating the strange rocky walls of that place. They reach a wide, open space, leaving the merchant much calmer and more relieved. The man notices that the walls have been excavated, believing they are in the enemy's base. The protagonist gives a scary and confident smile, stained with the blood of those creatures. Kadam warns that there is a large demon nearby, telling the guide not to run and to keep his distance. He warns that monsters lurk in the darkness and tells him to use the torch if they get close. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widen as he senses a sinister movement in the environment. A swift and powerful blade cuts through the air, emitting a bright, deadly trail. The barbarian retreats with a powerful leap, defending against the lethal surprise attack with his new axe. The hero blocks the attack and comes face to face with a bizarre red demon jumping on him. The beast glares down at him, stating in a scary voice that he didn't look like a villager. The terrible monster cracks a demonic smile, finding the whole situation very amusing. Kadam squints, irritated. Realizing the beast was different from what they had said, he is surprised to notice a small horn starting to grow on the creature's forehead. The warrior curses in frustration upon understanding that the danger there was much greater than he thought. The protagonist readies himself, wielding his weapon before the cruel, red-skinned demon. He deduces that the horn's growth indicated its evolution into a mid-level demon. The creature points a finger, loving the look of concern on that human's face. The demon advances at an absurd speed, tearing the air with its huge, sharp claws. The warrior reacts instantly, sensing the lethal attack coming his way. He blocks the blow using both weapons in an impact that generates a strong flash of light. The monster declares it really likes humans for being very weak and obedient creatures. Kadam admits to losing sight of the enemy and defending out of pure combat instinct. The powerful beast pressures the barbarian, proving its strength was not that of a common monster. The creature accuses the warrior of taking down too many goblins, demanding he beg for forgiveness. The hero knows that mid-level beasts are a lot of trouble even for elite soldiers. The demon smiles from ear to ear, warning that it would give its enemy a single chance. The beast points its large red claw, ordering the human to stop using his arm. The monster tells him to cut off his own arm and devour the flesh if he wants to stay alive. Kadam knows that fighting a mid-level demon would be very, very difficult in his current state, but the warrior assesses that his enemy's horn was not yet fully developed. The beast becomes furious, asking why the disobedient human hadn't cut himself yet. The protagonist sticks his sword into the cave floor, complaining about the creature's chatter. The barbarian pulls out his leather flask, warning that he doesn't take orders from a blood bag. Kadam uses his teeth and fiercely tears the side of the flask to make a large hole. The beast's eyes bulge, becoming very shocked as it quickly recognizes that smell. The monster questions why the human has that, while the hero swallows the dark liquid. The completely empty flask is discarded, falling and splattering red liquid on the cave floor. Kadam's heart beats rapidly, and an intense red aura overflows from his body. The big man lets out a raw scream as brutal power takes over all his muscles. The terrible red demon backs away, frightened, trembling as it feels the hero's immense pressure. The merciless protagonist faces the enemy, revealing his now bright, ruby, red eyes. He holds the axe, warning that the effect of the old blood would wear off soon, and he would be quick. The beast tries to shake off its own fear, stating that it had also gained a very new power. The demon grinds its sharp teeth, threatening to take down the bold, blood-soaked warrior. The red monster leaps to attack, screaming furiously for the human to perish there. Kadam finds it strange that the monster didn't flee, and thinks the horn clouded the beast's judgment. The creature attacks by swinging its arms, leaving a huge trail of red light in the air. The barbarian dodges with great ease, warning that he could now see all the attacks. He blocks another strong thrust from the beast's claws, using only the handle of his axe. The monster retreats, screaming in frustration for not being able to injure the warrior in any way. But the protagonist quickly notices that the wooden handle of his weapon has started to crack. He notes that the fragile weapon wouldn't last much longer if he kept fighting like this. However, he doesn't care and promises to use his own fists if all his weapons break. The red beast roars with hatred and advances with its nails ready to tear the human's flesh. The dangerous monster screams, calling the warrior's actions completely unforgivable. But the warrior retaliates, attacking with all his immense strength, wielding the iron axe. The weapon swings and generates an incredible shockwave that advances, cutting through the cave's air. The creature lets out a final desperate scream as it is hit head-on by the devastating blow. The large red beast is pushed back and slides its claws across the cave floor. The monster trembles, blocking the attack. Shocked by that absurd power, Kadam advances, covered in an immense red aura, swinging his heavy axe. The hero attacks brutally, creating a gigantic shockwave from the powerful impact. The beast is terrified, questioning how a mere human possessed so much destructive force. The demon lets out a sharp scream and advances furiously to cut the hero with its claws. But the warrior dodges the lethal blow with great ease, just by moving his body. Kadam takes advantage of the opening and lands an incredibly strong punch on the enemy's chest. The monster retreats, screaming in pain, while dragging its claws on the ground to try to stop. Without giving any time to rest, the protagonist prepares a new attack by spinning his large weapon. The blade cuts through the air and hits the creature head-on, causing a huge luminous impact. Kadam turns into a swift blur, hitting the beast with several overwhelming blows. The warrior with glowing eyes prepares another violent attack, holding his axe. The demon finally senses the immense danger and decides to leap to escape from that place. The barbarian's blow hits only the ground, sending several heavy rocks flying through the air. The red beast falls to its knees, panting, staring at that human bathed in red light. The frightened monster asks, trembling, what that strange creature in front of it was. It completely doubts that the blood-soaked warrior is a real human. Kadam takes a step forward, facing the beast with his scary, glowing eyes. The demon concludes that its enemy could only be a monster disguised as a person. The creature lets out a scream and jumps high, taking advantage of the darkness of the cave. The monster quickly clings to one of the enormous rocks, stuck to the rocky ceiling of the place. It realizes that the human was reading all its movements and overpowering it in strength. The beast hides, screaming in fear, telling the intruders to stay far away from it. At that moment, the beast looks at the old merchant being surrounded by two small goblins. The fearful man waves a lit torch to try to keep the creatures at bay. The fire burns intensely, illuminating and warming the cold darkness of the large cave. The demon smiles macabrely, wishing to extinguish that light to gain a great advantage. The beast jumps from the stalactite to focus on the new target and turn the tables in its favor. But the hero hurls his heavy axe, making the blade spin at high speed. Kadam warns that it was very obvious what that cowardly beast was trying to do there. The protagonist glares at the air, furiously declaring that he would not let the enemy win the fight. The axe flies swiftly, cutting through the dark air of that dangerous and very cold lair. The hero warns that he will destroy the very ground under the monster's feet to prevent its escape. The weapon hits the cave ceiling, causing an immense luminous and deafening explosion. The monster in the air is surprised by the attack, letting out a scream of shock at the situation. The axe swings, completely destroying the old and large stalactites of the place. The immense rocks break apart, flying in all directions in a grand show of destruction. The guide and the goblins look on, frightened, at the enormous stones collapsing on them. The flying beast loses its balance, falling violently along with all the debris. The intense destruction crushes the stone floor, raising an immense curtain of smoke. The axe blade falls point down, sticking firmly into the rocky soil of the dark cave. The demon falls to the ground, holding its face, while complaining about the enormous dust in its eyes. Suddenly, the warrior emerges from the mist, wielding his sharp iron sword. Kadam advances swiftly and makes a clean cut, right down the middle of the ugly creature's face. The monster writhes in agony, retreating while putting its hand on the wound that is gushing a lot of red liquid. The barbarian gives a sarcastic smile, complimenting that the beast's face looked much better now. The beast screams furiously, but the warrior plunges the sword directly into the enemy's head. Kadam is impressed that this creature didn't perish, even with its head pierced. The protagonist grips his stained sword with even more force, ready for the final blow. Kadam pulls out his embedded sword, complaining that this whole thing was very boring. The red demon screams desperately in pain, begging him to stop, but the merciless hero ignores the pleas, advancing swiftly, covered in the red aura. The monstrous beast falls to its knees on the ground after being hit by another brutal attack. The terrible demon's head splits in half, gushing a lot of red liquid into the air. The enemy's large body collapses violently, hitting the rocky floor of the cave. Kadam remains imposing as the bright red aura disappears from his body. The barbarian sighs in relief for not having to fight without the power of the monster's essence. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise coming from the darkness and turns his head in surprise. The small goblins tremble in terror, dropping their rustic weapons on the ground. The warrior realizes that the creature's fury is gone now that the great demon has perished. Even so, the protagonist grips the hilt of his sword very firmly and with deadly intent. He hurls the blade swiftly, taking the head off one of the monsters that was trying to flee. The hero coldly warns that he will take them all down, as they have already become dangerous monsters. A small goblin falls into complete despair upon seeing the severed head of its companion. Kadam advances relentlessly, cutting down the frightened creature before it could react. Another greenish monster screams in agony as it is cruelly torn in half. The bloodthirsty warrior continues his slaughter, noticing that one of the beasts was fleeing in fear. The barbarian observes a last, terrified target holding the torch in front of the old merchant. He wields his sharp weapon, focusing his cold, deadly gaze directly on the prey. The warrior advances and prepares a devastating final blow, shouting that none would be left. But the desperate merchant steps in front and yells for the hero, risking his life. The relentless protagonist's eyes widen, completely confused and very surprised. He halts the deadly attack just inches from the target, who was trembling with great fear there. The experienced guide sweats, opening one eye to see if he had been cruelly taken down. The panting old man protects an innocent, terrified child, proving the hero's strong delusion. Kadam stares at the child, silently processing the cruelty he was about to commit. The big man apologizes for his mistake while the guide asks if he was feeling unwell. The barbarian lies, blaming the darkness, and warns that the children must be at the back of the cave. The old guide agrees, a bit calmer, and decides to accompany the hero further into the darkness. The unlikely duo advances to the back of the dark lair, passing by the body of the fallen beast. The next morning, the villagers scream with joy as they see their little ones returning. The very emotional parents run to hug their beloved children, crying with great relief. The happy peasants thank the mercenary, who walks carrying the dead demon on his shoulder. A grateful old woman holds the hero's hands, inviting him to eat a good meal. The big man kindly refuses, asking that the tasty food be given to the children. The hero tells the guide to eat with the villagers, as he needed to rest a bit first. The protagonist turns his back, walking away from the village, while the guide watches him, very worried. A mother hugs her son, but the boy has a completely empty and very traumatized look. The kind merchant observes the disturbing and silent reaction of that rescued youth. His eyes widen, very shocked and scared, upon seeing the severe emotional state of the victims. The old man remembers the cave where the terrified children screamed crazy things about worms and demices. In the memory, the warrior explains that the small sacrifices suffered severe brainwashing. The barbarian details that the demon tortured their minds, telling them their parents had abandoned them there. The poor children were forced to hear that they were the most useless beings in the whole world. The intense and cruel mental torture would drive even the most faithful priest of the church mad. Kadam laments that this wasn't even a lie, as the parents really did hand them over to their doom. The merchant is perplexed to understand that those innocents would never have a good upbringing. The barbarian states that suffering and pure human despair are the greatest nourishment for those beasts. The old merchant is devastated and completely paralyzed, listening to that terrible truth. The guide finally understands that the children would have perished if the monster hadn't been cruel. The man asks if the little ones could recover if their parents regretted their actions. Kadam states that it's not something completely impossible to happen in the future, but he doubts that parents capable of abandoning their children could achieve such a feat. The merchant lowers his head, falling completely silent after hearing the sad truth. The unlikely duo begins to walk towards the huge gates of the small village. The old merchant is surprised and questions why they are leaving so soon. He suggests that the warrior rest and tend to his wounds before continuing their journey. Kadam refuses the idea, justifying that the mice of a holy night is a problem. The merchant panics upon remembering the serious crime his companion committed. The barbarian warns that the enemies might already be tracking them and that they need to hurry. Far away, crows fly over the huge spear of the fallen holy knight on the ground. The skilled knight Helia stares at the spear stuck in the ground with a very cold gaze. She tries to deduce how the criminal pierced and took down the church's soldier so brutally. The woman observes the intense scene and the huge pool of red that stained all the earth. She imagines the monstrous aggressor pulling the spear from the body and taking it as a prize. The scene also reveals that a mysterious flask of essence was filled after the battle. The warrior tries to understand why the aggressor left the beast's body behind. Meanwhile, the merchant recalls a peasant asking what they would do with the demon. In the memory, the warrior just tells them to burn the dead creature immediately. The villagers are surprised, believing the mercenary sold the monsters for money. The peasant sees a chance to profit if he can sell the dead beast to some noble. But Kadim senses the man's greed and warns that the smell of blood would attract dangers. The hero warns that new beasts would appear if they devoured the remains of that demon there. The peasant stammers in terror upon hearing they would be attacked by new, furious goblins. Without hesitation, the frightened villagers drag the beast's body, promising to burn everything. Soon after, Kadim turns, paying attention to an old woman who approaches cautiously. The woman offers some clothes and a pair of new boots as a reward for the rescue. The silent barbarian accepts the precious gifts, warning that he will make excellent use of them. The hero puts on the new leather equipment, preparing to face the long journey. With everything ready and equipped, the warrior tells his guide that they can leave now. Back in the present, the merchant looks at the big man's chest and notices a large cut. The guide recognizes that the serious wound was made by the Holy Knight's spear. The warrior realizes that the wounds from the most recent battle have healed, but that one has not. The protagonist deduces that the church's powerful spear was a dangerous, blessed weapon. Far away, the crows continue to fly over the crime scene that Kadim left behind. The knight Helia continues to inspect the macabre location in search of useful answers. Her partner, named Eden, approaches, lamenting that he found no clues in the area. The woman tells the soldier to look at the bodies and try to deduce the enemy's intentions. The man puts on his armor and asks which sacrilegious group would commit such an atrocity. Helia gets irritated with her partner's foolishness and yells, demanding he be smarter. The knight states that such incompetence is the reason he doesn't get promoted. Eden thinks the woman is very arrogant because she also had no idea who the aggressor was. But he can't argue, as she earned her rank by eliminating 20 demons on her own. The soldier admits her personality is garbage, but her skills are very real. Eden understands that his mere paladin level was not enough to go head-to-head there. The experienced knight sighs heavily, giving up on searching for more visible evidence. The blonde woman suddenly turns, telling the soldier to prepare the church's holy relic. Adan is shocked, asking if she would really use the twin mirrors at that moment. This extremely rare magical relic has the ability to reveal vivid scenes from the ancient past. Helia shouts irritably that the mirror was made to be used when searches reached a dead end. Helia tells her companion to stop worrying because the mirror would only break if it reflected a great demon. Eden finally hands the valuable magical relic into the leader's hands while trying to remain calm. Helia kneels on the grass, holding the small golden mirror as she prepares to activate the artifact. The holy mirror begins to shine intensely, releasing a strong white light from the knight's hands. The strong magical energy projects a mysterious image from the past, revealing the terrible aggressor's identity. Helia is shocked to see the projection of a barbarian drinking a demon's essence in an extremely profane way. The image from the past shows Linton begging for his life before being defeated by the relentless barbarian. The knight and the soldier let out a gasp of pure terror as they witness the brutality of that violent scene. The enraged barbarian's face appears in the projection, displaying bright red eyes full of pure malice. Suddenly, the holy mirror begins to crack and explodes into dozens of shining pieces on the ground. Eden falls into complete despair upon seeing the legendary and valuable church relic has just broken. Helia realizes with terror that the broken mirror means the barbarian has power equivalent to that of a great demon. The frightened soldier suggests they return immediately to the holy capital to report the terrible danger. Helia retorts coldly, questioning the point of returning if the culprit's identity has already been fully revealed. The determined knight turns, warning that they will continue the search to capture the aggressor no matter what. The blonde woman grips the hilt of her sword with extreme firmness, showing she is ready to begin a hunt. She unsheathes her magical weapon, channeling immense power to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. With a dark smile, Helia promises she will eliminate that monstrous barbarian with her own hands. Meanwhile, night falls in the forest, and the merchant kneels at the edge of a river to collect some fresh water. The man reflects on his lonely life and confesses that he can't stop worrying about his young son. He shakes his head forcefully, trying to push away those melancholic thoughts, to stay focused on the mission. The merchant fills the water jar, knowing he needs to pull himself together to please the barbarian and get back alive. The guide walks back to the camp and spots the warrior, already lying down next to a lit campfire. The old man approaches, offering food, but finds it strange that the big man is already lying down so early in the forest. The man suddenly realizes something very strange is happening with the warrior and becomes quite confused. The barbarian is trembling violently and sweating, leaving the poor merchant completely scared and worried. The old man doesn't understand how such a powerful warrior who tears apart demons can be suffering like that. The man lets out a scream upon noticing that the terrible cut on the barbarian's chest has started to bleed and worsen suddenly. The injured hero mentally curses himself for not realizing the true danger of that blessed weapon sooner. He realizes that the church's spear possesses a powerful divine magic designed to inflict fatal wounds. As he is a berserker strengthened by demonic essence, the relic's magic has begun to destroy his body from the inside. The guide laments that they should have rested in the village, but the hero warns that common rest won't heal it. The warrior asks about the shape of the moon the previous day, and the guide replies it was a very thin waning moon. Kadam sighs in relief, realizing he still has a chance to recover if he acts that very night in the forest. Suddenly, a long and eerie howl echoes through the darkness of the forest, making the experienced guide very tense. The old man recognizes the bizarre sound and begins to tremble, fearing the worst is about to happen at the camp. Dozens of bright yellow eyes appear among the trees, revealing that they are completely surrounded. A monstrous wolf with sharp teeth approaches, revealing that the pack is composed of terrible forest beasts. The warrior takes a deep breath, trying to control the unbearable pain in his chest as he faces the deadly threat. Without hesitation, the two survivors grab their weapons, ready to fight for their lives against the hungry monsters. The hero tells his frightened companion to fall back, even though his body is very weakened by the wound. He internally laments that this cursed world seems unwilling to let him rest in peace for even a second. The warrior faces the dangerous pack of mutant wolves, which snarls hungrily, waiting for the right moment to attack. The barbarian raises his heavy axe and quips that the beasts could have waited for him to get better before showing up. The alpha wolf of the group bares its enormous sharp fangs, drooling with a pure desire to devour the two travelers. The warrior breathes very heavily, feeling the serious wound burn intensely before the combat begins. The monsters advance slowly, closing the circle around the campfire as the hero prepares for the first blow. The first wolf leaps fiercely towards the protagonist, its claws ready to tear his flesh. But the hero counters the attack, delivering a clean and extremely swift cut with his sharp axe in the air. The first wolf is brutally hit in the head by the axe, sending a lot of red liquid spraying through the forest. The pack watches the creature collapse lifelessly on the ground, while the other wolves retreat a little, scared. Kadam mentally complains that his blurred vision due to the pain prevented him from landing the blow perfectly. Two hungry beasts advance swiftly against the hero, ready to tear him apart with their sharp claws. The experienced barbarian quickly draws his iron sword, preparing for an immediate counterattack. He lands a fatal blow on the enemy's neck, while blocking the advance of the other creature with his arm. The warrior spins with agility, making a clean and deep cut on the beast that was trying to bite him from behind. One of the wolves manages to bite the protagonist's arm with great force, trying to tear off a piece of his flesh. Kadam grunts in pain, but firmly holds the monster's jaw, preparing a devastating punch to free himself. He lands a brutal punch on the beast's head, making the animal release his arm immediately with the impact. The barbarian keeps his gaze focused, even while feeling the intense pain of the wound that starts to bleed again. The hero grabs another wolf by the neck and breaks the monster's bones without showing any mercy. Another wolf takes advantage of the opening and violently bites the warrior's leg, trying to knock him to the muddy ground. Kadam clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing that the monsters keep attacking relentlessly from all directions. The protagonist drives his sword deep into the intruder's skull, eliminating the threat in a second. The barbarian breathes very heavily, leaning on his sword, surrounded by the bodies of the wolves he has already taken down. The surviving wolves snarl furiously and begin to approach slowly and very cautiously through the darkness. The hero realizes that the animals hunt in a pack and are reorganizing to attack him together once more. Suddenly, a cry for help echoes through the camp, catching the tired barbarian's attention in the middle of the battle. The frightened merchant waves flaming branches to try to ward off the beasts that were beginning to corner him nearby. Kadam pulls the cork from his vial of demon essence, knowing that drinking it in his current state is very dangerous. The wolves sense a dark energy and turn their heads in surprise, noticing a drastic change in the surrounding environment. With no other alternative for survival, the protagonist tips the vial and drinks the thick monster essence. The empty leather vial falls to the damp forest floor as the barbarian begins to feel the immediate effect. An immense, dark red ore envelops the hero's body, emanating a powerful, destructive energy throughout the area. The wolves tremble with fear and begin to step back, intimidated by the terrible power emerging from the warrior. The protagonist's eyes glow a brilliant crimson as the berserker's fury consumes his mind. In the blink of an eye, Kadam moves and strikes the first wolf with an extremely swift and devastating blow. The merchant holds his flaming branches and notices that the monsters around him are starting to run in desperation. The hero executes several simultaneous cuts, shredding all the creatures before they can escape. The old merchant's eyes widen, completely paralyzed and perplexed by the barbarian's supernatural speed. The protagonist strikes relentlessly with his axe, cutting down another of the beasts that was trying to flee in fear. The hero advances like a true whirlwind of blood, eliminating the rest of the pack in a few seconds of fury. The warrior realizes that his power changes according to the type of essence ingested and focuses his attention on his surroundings. Two more beasts emerge from the forest shadows, but the barbarian remains calm, enveloped in his strong mystical aura. With an extremely intimidating gaze, the protagonist prepares to face any creature that appears. The barbarian moves at a terrifying speed, utilizing the agility bonus he received from the monster's essence. He remembers the swift demon he faced before, understanding that he inherited that same impressive agility. Seeing the brutal slaughter, the few surviving creatures turn around and start running to save their lives. The guide shouts in surprise, warning the warrior that the monstrous wolves are fleeing in fear back into the shadows. The barbarian is suspicious of the beast's sudden escape and realizes that something is very wrong happening nearby. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying wolf paw smashes the ground with extreme violence, making the earth tremble violently. Kadam places himself in front of his frightened companion as he senses the approach of a gigantic creature. A colossal wolf with glowing eyes and a large scar on its face emerges from the darkness, snarling threateningly. The merchant points, trembling, and shouts desperately that this giant wolf is twice the size of the others. The warrior curses his bad luck, deducing that this gigantic creature is the supreme leader of the pack. The hero realizes the situation is terrible because the strengthening effect of the essence is about to wear off. The wolf leader leaps fiercely at the hero, who uses his iron sword to block the crushing physical attack. The barbarian uses all his strength to hold the weight of the colossal beast that tries to crush him directly into the ground. The protagonist's eyes widen as he feels the terrible destructive power of the creature pressing on his sword with force. The barbarian suddenly lets out a groan of pure pain, feeling his chest burn because of the serious blessed wound. He falls to his knees on the ground, completely exhausted and without strength, while the old man watches him with great concern. The frightened merchant runs towards the hero, shouting and desperately asking if he was okay. The man tries to wake the barbarian, warning in a panic that the giant wolf was still standing right in front of them. Kadam continues panting and tries to contain the heavy bleeding in his chest by pressing on the wound with his own hands. The the colossal monster lets out a terrifying roar, preparing to devour the defenseless duo there at the camp. But the protagonist ignores the danger and looks at the starry sky, wondering if the conditions had already been met. Suddenly, the hero's heart beats very strongly, indicating that something extraordinary was about to happen. The barbarian's eye glows with an intense golden color, and he realizes that the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. The hero notices that it is exactly midnight on the day the waning moon has completely hidden in the dark sky. Without wasting time, Kadam drives the tip of his iron sword forcefully into the packed earth. The warrior closes his eyes and recites an ancient prayer, invoking the spirit of a powerful sword master. He asks the legendary warrior to bless his blade so he can quench his thirst with the blood of his enemies. The protagonist finishes his ritual, declaring that he would give that master's sacred name to his own sword. An immense explosion of light erupts around Kadam, illuminating the entire forest and leaving the giant wolf confused. The colossal beast tries to retreat, frightened, upon feeling an extremely overwhelming energy emanating from the mysterious glow. The old man shields his face from the strong flash, shouting, not understanding what was happening at that moment. The barbarian remains imposing, kneeling in the center of a gigantic and mystical column of golden fire in the forest. A floating message appears before his eyes, asking what name he would give to his new magical weapon. The protagonist smiles, remembering that he had already felt that incredible sensation of power in his first life. Without hesitation, the hero decides to name his sharp iron sword with the unusual and funny name of Mosquito. The golden energy begins to be absorbed by the blade, sealing the powerful enchantment definitively on the weapon. A strange and bright reddish symbol appears, carved into the sword's hilt, confirming the completion of the magical ritual. Kadam displays a confident expression as he activates his unique trait of giving sacred names to his equipment. The terrible giant wolf recovers from the shock and advances, roaring with fury, to tear the barbarian apart once and for all. The merchant lets out a desperate scream, believing the protagonist would be devoured alive by the beast's jaw. But the hero executes a perfect counterattack, cutting the monster's chest with superhuman speed and precision. The colossal wolf stumbles back as a large amount of red liquid begins to gush from its new wound. The system panel announces that the weapon's special effect has been activated, and the beast's essence begins to be siphoned by the blade. Strands of red energy envelop the hero's hand, transferring the drained life force directly into his body. The system reveals that the vampire's ability has restored the protagonist its health and healed some of his injuries. Even wounded, the wolf leader snarls with a bizarre look, showing it still has plenty of energy to fight. Kadam acknowledges that the healing is not yet complete, but provokes the monster, calling it for another round of combat. The hero delivers another brutal attack, tearing into the giant wolf's head and scattering even more red liquid around the area. He drives his powerful blade into the creature's skull, spectacularly finishing the violent combat. The barbarian stands victorious, holding his magical weapon, which continues to glow with the enemy's essence. New system messages confirm that all of the warrior's health has been restored and all wounds have been healed. The protagonist realizes that even the terrible blessed cut that was taking him down has completely disappeared. He observes the completely massacred wolf pack and concludes that the ambush actually ended up saving his life. The warrior admires the rune on his weapon, knowing that it grants the incredible effect of draining life from opponents. However, he knows that Mosquito's efficiency is low, and that the draining ability will not work on enemies without blood. The hero lets out a long sigh of relief, deciding that this level of healing was more than enough for now. The barbarian reflects that being able to enchant weapons without using materials is an absurd advantage, and that he can do it again. He sheathes the sword, remembering that having expectations that were too high always brought problems in his past life. The old man peeks out fearfully from behind a thick tree, asking with a tremble if the terrible combat had finally ended. The guide walks slowly, unable to believe that a man on the brink of his end managed to slaughter the wolf pack alone. He approaches and is perplexed to notice that all of the warrior's serious wounds had mysteriously disappeared. The silent barbarian faces his guide and calmly asks why he didn't take advantage of the confusion to flee. The old man's eyes widen, and he is completely speechless upon hearing that unexpected question from the mysterious warrior. Kadam explains to the guide that he wouldn't have been able to hunt him down if he had fled when he was weak. The old man begins to reflect and becomes quite thoughtful about the real reason he didn't escape. Suddenly, the old merchant's eyes widen as he realizes a great truth he hadn't noticed before. He argues that he would have been hunted and devoured by the wolves anyway, but Kadam realizes he thought about fleeing. The old man wonders if he was so worried about the injured barbarian that he simply forgot to try to escape. The warrior turns his back and tells the guide to watch the camp while he gets some sleep. He coldly warns that he will rip out the merchant's guts if he tries to flee while he is sleeping. The merchant trembles in complete terror, realizing that the barbarian was not joking with that terrible threat. The old man spends the rest of the dark night crying softly by the campfire while keeping his watch. The next morning, the guide walks under a strong sun, carrying the heavy baggage on his back while complaining of pain. The old man explains that they need to walk for another 10 days to the border and asks if they will be able to pass without problems. The barbarian states that he just prefers to avoid meeting another holy knight from the church during this long journey. The guide assures him that they chose this path precisely because it is poorly guarded but warns of the risk of thieves. The merchant points out that mere human plunderers would be no obstacle to the warrior's immense power. He says that along the way, there is a small castle beyond the church's reach where they can buy supplies and rest. The detailed map reveals a shortcut that will lead them directly to a very famous and safe trade route in the region. Kadam reflects that the journey to the East Coast will be long but much better than the difficulties he faced in the past. Hundreds of years ago, that region was a field of bloody battles, making the local inhabitants hate foreigners. People became even more hostile and vigilant in the presence of an immense barbarian who seemed to be a constant threat. He remembers Melissa, a young academic mage who treated him with extreme contempt when they first met. In the memory, the girl noted in her diary that the Atalan giant seemed like a dangerous, criminal monster she should run from. The hero gives a slight smile, recalling this silly old memory from the beginning of his first journey in that world. The old man tries to reassure him, saying that the current free cities are very receptive and friendly to barbarian peoples. The old man insists that this was the absolute truth, while the barbarian just watches him with a confused expression. Suddenly, the duo spots a suspicious group arguing and making a lot of noise in the middle of the dirt road. Kadam points to the people on the road and asks his guide what he thought of that whole strange scene ahead. The guide explains that the group seems to be made up of dangerous bandits who are demanding something from other travelers. The barbarian clicks his tongue and decides to avoid that path, warning that getting involved in others' fights would only bring trouble. But the man in trouble spots the barbarian and shouts for help, immediately drawing the attention of all the thieves on the road. The warrior becomes extremely irritated, realizing he can no longer avoid that darn nosy mess. With no other option, the plunderers begin to walk threateningly toward the hero and his companion. The miscreants draw their weapons, showing they are ready to start a violent combat against the intruder. The barbarian advances with presence and draws his sharp sword, Mosquito, putting the aggressors on high alert. He maintains an extremely cold and relentless gaze, cautiously analyzing each of the opponents before him. The leader of the plunderer gang lets out an enraged scream, advancing with his blade to cut down the big man. But the miscreant suddenly joins his hands and makes a respectful bow, leaving everyone there completely confused. The thief celebrates, thinking the barbarian was actually an elite reinforcement sent by his own gang leader. The other travelers take advantage of the moment of distraction and start running desperately to save their lives. The bandits burst out laughing as they watch their victims flee and shout the name of their fearsome gang to scare them. With a cold and deep voice, the hero tells them to stop laughing and demands to know immediately what was happening there. The plunderer apologizes for the misunderstanding and thanks the warrior, calling him by his gang's pompous title. He seriously warns that he is not part of any gang and that he will take them all down if they don't get out of his way. The miscreants turn pale and are completely shocked to discover that the immense warrior was not the expected ally. The thief leader and his bald accomplice stare at each other in complete silence as they try to process the grave situation. Realizing he made a silly mistake, the criminal leader slowly draws his sharp iron dagger from his waist. The man turns red with anger and yells furiously at the barbarian for ruining his heist with that confusion. The barbarian remains motionless and silent, maintaining his threatening gaze that terrifies his own guide behind him. The leader points his weapon, demanding that the intruder pay in some way for disrupting the robbery of his victims. Kadam realizes that the criminal changed his attitude quickly just because he thought he had a numerical advantage in the fight. The bald thief suddenly notices the merchant's huge baggage and asks greedily what valuable things were inside. The bald bandit approaches, stretching out his arm to search the scared guide's huge baggage. He insists he wouldn't harm the old man, but the imposing barbarian suddenly gets in his way. Kadam blocks the criminal's path with his muscular body, leaving the gang quite confused. The bald assailant points his finger, complaining about the hostile behavior, and demands money as compensation. The silent warrior continues to stare down at the miscreant without showing any reaction or fear. The bald man scoffs and suggests a new and unusual proposal to resolve the situation amicably. The bandit proposes that the barbarian join the gang, pretending to be the legendary warrior to help them in fights. The miscreants begin to celebrate and teach him how he should shout in the middle of the battle to scare the victims. He insists that the hero must take responsibility for the disruption and demands that he accept the deal. The bald man gets close to the barbarian's face and starts mocking him, asking if he was actually a woman. The other plunderers burst out laughing, mocking the warrior's silence and believing he was scared. The guide realizes the bandits' audacity is increasing and wonders if the hero just wanted to avoid trouble. The bald bandit pats the warrior's muscular chest, considering the unusual deal to be sealed. He suggests they introduce themselves as new partners and asks what his new barbarian friend's name was. The warrior calmly warns that he will reveal his name as he firmly grips the hilt of his sword. In an incredibly fast movement, he takes off the bald leader's head with a single, violent slice of his sharp blade. The criminal's severed head slowly rolls across the packed dirt road, scaring the other plunderers. The surviving criminal's eyes widen, completely paralyzed, unable to believe the sudden event. One of the thieves lets out a deafening scream of pure despair upon seeing his boss's body collapse headless on the ground. The group panics, shouting for their fallen companion, while the guide just watches, unsurprised by it. One of the thieves tries to attack the hero with his sword, shouting that he would pay dearly for taking down the gang's boss. Kadam blocks the blow with extreme ease and finally reveals coldly that his real name is Kadam. He formally introduces himself as the great warrior of Atala, while focusing his deadly gaze on his opponents. Soon after the event, a beautiful butterfly gently lands on the tip of the wooden handle of an axe stuck in the road. The barbarian's rustic axe remains embedded in the forest floor as the butterfly calmly flaps its wings there. Suddenly, a robust hand grabs the axe handle with force, startling the small insect, which flies away. The relentless hero delivers a crushing blow against the last opponent, completing the total elimination of the gang. He raises his heavy, blood-soaked weapon and notices that the axe has started to make a strange, loose noise. The warrior realizes that the axe blade is chipped and loose, as that simple weapon was not made for combat. The barbarian puts the weapon on his belt and decides he needs to look for a better quality axe at the next castle. The only remaining assailant trembles with pure terror and starts to let out gasps of agony upon seeing the barbarian behind him. He cries desperately upon noticing that all his gang companions were brutally eliminated in seconds. The desperate man turns and tries to run in a panic, but ends up falling backward on the packed dirt road. He slips violently and collapses awkwardly, hitting his face on the dry earth with a groan of pain. The barbarian calmly approaches and warns that the criminal no longer needs to worry about escaping his attacks there. The hero steps on the assailant's back and threatens to break his spine if he doesn't answer all his questions. The warrior demands to know who they are and the true identity of the legendary warrior they mentioned. The prisoner lets out a muffled groan against the ground, trying to contain the terrible pain from the weight of the hero's foot on his back. The old guide approaches and begins to explain that Aegon is an important commercial city located in the Free Alliance. The old man says that the city hosts the largest gladiator arena on the continent, where the legendary barbarian won several tournaments. The hero finally understands that the gang of thieves mistook him for this famous and powerful warrior from the great arena. The guide finds it very suspicious that such a famous and rich fighter would agree to come to an isolated place like that dirt road. The assailant reveals through his tears that his guild's boss claimed to be the legendary fighter's best childhood friend. The man angrily insists that they should wait for the champion warrior to arrive to avenge that whole incident. He shouts with hatred that they would be done for, but Kadam presses his foot even harder against the miscreant. The prisoner cries, revealing that a rival gang took over their territory, forcing the gang to ask the champion for help. The old man lets out a sigh of pity and warns the fallen miscreant that he was completely deceived by the guild's boss. He argues that a rich friend would never let another live, as a mere highwayman in absolute misery. The assailant is paralyzed and completely silent as he finally realizes the huge lie his boss had told. The man begins to cry desperately as he accepts that he was used by his own gang leader the whole time. Kadam decides it's better to attack the rival gang immediately before they start tracking him down the road. He thinks about looting the hideout without a guilty conscience and trying to find a decent combat axe there. The barbarian coldly warns the hostage that he needs to eliminate the rest of the gang and orders him to guide him to the hideout. The scared prisoner tries to refuse the order, whining that he couldn't take him to the gang's base. But the hero begins to drag him mercilessly, forcing the criminal to accept guiding the way with screams of despair. A short time later, they arrive at the entrance of a dark cave that serves as the official hideout for the gang. Deep inside the lair, the fearsome gang leader remains relaxed and imposing, seated on a red, decorated throne. The red-haired man rests his face on his hand, showing a look of extreme impatience as he waits for news. This is Graum, the gang leader who often lies, saying he is a soul brother to the famous legendary fighter. He prides himself on his supposed past glories, claiming he was once one of the bravest and most feared gladiators in the arena. But the truth is, the champion warrior doesn't even know of his existence, and his fight record is extremely pathetic. Graham regrets having invented that lie to his henchmen just to try to maintain his leadership in the gang. The boss wonders where things went wrong as he deals with the consequences of his first absurd lies. He confesses that he just wanted a simple and easy life, robbing travelers with his idiot subordinates. Graham becomes furious as he remembers that a rival guild expelled them from their lands, forcing them to flee to that area. Suddenly, one of his henchmen runs into the cave, screaming, announcing the arrival of the legendary champion warrior. The gang leader's eyes widen, completely shocked and not understanding how that silly lie could have become real. The desperate henchman tries to beg for help, but is suddenly struck from behind with extreme violence. Graham is confused, not understanding why his man was screaming so desperately at the entrance of the lair. The warrior emerges imposing from the cave's shadows, dragging the defeated watchman's body with his blood-stained sword. Graham turns pale with complete horror at the sight of that unknown warrior's silhouette, suddenly appearing in his secret base. He notices the typical battle attire and the flawless musculature of the barbarian who walks imposingly towards the throne. Graham notices the terrible, blood-soaked axe and wonders if the real champion of the arena had actually appeared. The warrior points his sharp sword, Mosquito, directly at the guild leader and asks if he was the leader there. The boss remains completely mute and sweating, trying to figure out the true identity of this mysterious intruder. The hero takes another step forward, repeating his question in an extremely calm and intimidating manner in the darkness. Kadam displays a completely cold and serious expression, showing that he would not hesitate to take down the gang leader right there The red-haired man remembers having seen the real arena champion before and realizes that this intruder was another dangerous barbarian. He looks around and deduces that all his guards in the cave and on the road must have already been brutally taken out. Graham recognizes with terror that even though he wasn't the legendary gladiator, this mysterious man was a merciless aggressor. The guild leader clenches his fist with great anger and channels his last strength to try to defend himself from the attack. Graham leaps from his throne in a desperate move, delivering a powerful punch to try to catch the hero by surprise in the dark. The barbarian dodges the attack with extreme ease and finds it very amusing that the enemy is trying to fight with bare hands. The guild leader's eyes glow orange with pure rage as he delivers another furious blow against the invader. Kadam points his sword at the opponent, but is surprised to see the adversary make an unexpected move in the fight. Graham suddenly ducks quickly, dodging the deadly cut of the mosquito sword that grazes past his head. But instead of continuing to fight, Graham falls to his knees on the ground and desperately begs the barbarian for his life. He offers all his stolen treasure in exchange for mercy, while Kadam tells the coward to stop calling him brother. The guide observes the scene and thinks that the kneeling coward boss reminded him exactly of his own reaction earlier in the cave. The guild leader turns pale upon noticing that Kadam continues to raise his heavy sword threateningly in the dark. He continues to beg for mercy, promising to pay regular tributes if the hero just spares his miserable life. Graham despairs upon realizing that the barbarian will not listen to his pleas and laments, having such a ridiculous and cowardly end. Suddenly, the red-haired man's eyes widen as he notices a very important detail on his silent executioner's waist. Graham focuses his gaze on Kadam's broken and loose axe, realizing a final, valuable chance to save his life. The gang leader screams desperately, offering a legendary treasure map in exchange for his survival in the cave. He reveals that the valuable map indicates the exact location of a rare throwing axe made by skilled dwarves. The barbarian suddenly halts his lethal blow, showing great interest upon hearing about that legendary dwarven weapon. Graham hastily confirms the information, explaining that the dwarven axe has an absurd quality of craftsmanship. The warrior lowers his mosquito sword a bit and coldly orders the man to continue explaining the treasure's details. Graham lets out a sigh of relief and internally celebrates for having managed to attract the aggressor's interest with his proposal. Graham describes the incredible weapon, saying the flying axe never loses its edge and pursues the target on its own in the air. Kadam reflects that items created by dwarves have attributes and magical effects far superior to human weapons. In that fantasy world, classic races like dwarves and elves exist, but they are a minority and live in isolation. In the actual game, getting the item would be easy, but in the real world, dwarves hate humans and would never sell their weapons. The hero decides this is a unique chance to get a weapon strong enough not to depend on demon essence. With an extremely serious look, the barbarian demands to know the exact location of the treasure map at that instant. The gang leader tries to negotiate, demanding a guarantee that he will stay alive before handing over the map to the warrior. The barbarian finds the hostage's audacity amusing and questions if a mere thief really thinks he has the right to negotiate there. Without hesitation, Kadam pierces the criminal's shoulder with the tip of his sword, making Graham scream in pure surprise and pain. While the bandit writhes in agony, the hero coldly warns that he also has his own negotiation tricks. The barbarian warns with a dark smile that he will continue to pierce the hostage's body until he decides to tell the whole truth. Graham trembles in complete terror, realizing that the relentless hero would be capable of torturing him to his end without mercy. At the rival Black Hammer gang's camp, some guards argue quite heatedly in a secret meeting. The henchmen begin to argue in front of the boss, trying to prove that the report about the barbarian's arrival was real. An immense iron battle hammer hits the floor with extreme force, interrupting the guards' noisy discussion. The imposing gang leader leans on his heavy combat hammer, demanding a clear explanation about the rumors. This is the fearsome Creven, the leader of the Black Hammer gang, who is suspicious of the rumor about the legendary gladiator's arrival. The scared guards sweat and quickly confirm that they saw the colossal warrior accompanying the rival gang. The leader focuses his threatening gaze on the henchman and questions if that whole bizarre story makes any logical sense. The men beg for credit, swearing on their knees that they witnessed an immense barbarian the size of a bear with their rivals. Creven reflects that his idiot henchman wouldn't make that up and remembers the old rumor about Graum's friendship. But the leader deduces that a rich champion would never help an insignificant thief and that it's all just a farce to scare them. Even so, Creven prefers to act with great caution, aware that a combat against the real champion would be deadly. Suddenly, a sentinel runs into the hall, screaming desperately that their base was being invaded by the rivals. Creven asks irritably how many enemies are attacking, and the guard reports with terror that it's only 2 people leading the invasion. The messenger trembles with fear and reveals that the second invader is precisely the giant barbarian suspected of being the arena champion. The Black Hammer henchmen begin to tremble with terror, believing the lie about the presence of the legendary gladiator there. The gang leader grinds his teeth with great anger, thinking about the worst-case scenario if the rumor is actually true. He realistically acknowledges that his gang wouldn't stand a chance of winning against the champion in a direct and open confrontation. Creven firmly grips his iron hammer and orders his crossbowmen to prepare an ambush at the fort's entrance. He tells everyone to fire their bolts as soon as they receive his signal, preparing a cowardly trap to take down the intruder. The muscular leader walks with his heavy hammer on his shoulders, determined to go personally verify the invader's identity. He prepares for the worst-case scenario, ready to crush the head of whoever is trying to invade his territory. Meanwhile, Kadam walks imposingly through the darkness of the forest, leading the fearful Graham directly to the enemy base. The prisoner, sweating, tries to make him change his mind, asking if he really intended to enter the enemy's fort. The barbarian glares at the hostage with an extremely threatening look and asks if the story about the treasure map was a lie. Graham despairs and explains that they hid the item there before being expelled from their lands by the rival guild. The red-haired man stammers in panic, saying that invading such a large and well-defended camp directly was pure madness. The hero asks for the number of enemies, and the hostage lies, saying there are over 100 men, to try to make him give up. Kadam finds the number high for a common guild, and Graham tries to convince him to retreat and seek reinforcements elsewhere. But the barbarian just ignores the warning and quickens his pace, saying he wants to finish the incident quickly to get back before nightfall. The prisoner is completely shocked and speechless, realizing the hero's total lack of concern in the face of 100 enemies. The giant Creven waits impatiently at the fort's entrance, holding his large hammer as the duo slowly approaches. The 2 burly leaders exchange extremely cold and challenging looks, preparing for the inevitable mortal confrontation. Creven shouts intimidatingly at his old rival, asking what on earth brought him to his battle territory. Graham musters his courage and shouts back, declaring that he came there personally to finish off the rival guild once and for all. He proudly points to the hero, lying and declaring that the one beside him was the legendary, undefeated champion of the great arena. The Black Hammer henchmen begin to tremble with terror, believing the lie about the presence of the legendary gladiator there. The villain celebrates internally, planning to use the lie to distract everyone and sneak away in the middle of the great battle. But the relentless hero grabs Graham's head from behind with great force, preventing his escape and demanding a good explanation. Kadam shouts, clarifying that he is not the so-called legendary fighter and that he just wants to get the item he came for. He faces the enemy boss coldly, warning that there is no need for them to shed blood needlessly. Creven lets out a mocking smile upon confirming that the intruder is really just an ordinary imposter. The barbarian repeats firmly that his only objective there is to retrieve a valuable item of personal interest. He reinforces with total seriousness that he prefers to resolve everything without needing to start an unnecessary incident. Creven deduces that the hero is a hired mercenary who decided to betray his cowardly boss to save his own skin. But the Black Hammer leader finds the barbarian's immense calm strange and wonders if he didn't understand the danger. The muscular Creven slams his gigantic war hammer on the ground violently as a sign of pure hostility. Atop the palisades, his elite marksmen ready their crossbows, aiming their bolts at the hero. Other plunderers armed with swords remain hidden in the bushes, awaiting the signal to attack the invader. The entire gang emerges from the shadows, completely surrounding the duo and laughing at the barbarian's disadvantaged situation. Creven pretends to accept the peace deal and falsely asks what item the intruder came to get from his lands. Kadam replies dryly that he is looking for a map and warns that they just need to get out of his way. The gang leader's expression shows surprise upon discovering that the barbarian came for a simple paper map. Creven suddenly raises and reveals the torn treasure map that his gang had stolen from the former owners. Graham's eyes widen in complete terror upon noticing that his precious map was already in the hands of his worst enemy. Creven explains that he found the item hidden under a rock and deduces that it holds an incredibly valuable treasure. He gives a mocking smile at the barbarian, asking if he really intended to take the map back from there. The protagonist focuses his attention on the image of the scroll, understanding that he had finally found the relic. Suddenly, the gang leader lets out a hysterical laugh and starts tearing the precious map with his own hands. Graham falls into absolute despair upon seeing the item being destroyed, while the barbarian remains staring seriously at his rival. The insane boss puts the pieces of paper in his mouth and starts chewing the entire sheet in front of the shocked invader. He swallows the entire valuable dwarven relic, leaving the fearful Graham completely perplexed by such extreme madness. The colossal miscreant lets out a loud burp and pats his belly, challenging the barbarian to try to retrieve the item from his stomach. He displays a mocking smile, believing that he was now completely safe from the invader's greed. Kadam stares at his opponent coldly and replies threateningly that he will do exactly what he just suggested. The barbarian warns in a frightening manner that he will need to be quick to get the item out before it starts to be digested. Creven is startled by the threat and shouts for all his archers to fire immediately at the intruder. The sentinel positioned high up pulls the trigger of his long-range weapon, firing the heavy iron bolt. The shot is fired at extremely high speed, tearing through the forest air towards the hero invader's unprotected chest. Kadam focuses his sharp gladiator's vision and follows the bolt's trajectory without showing any fear. In the blink of an eye, he grabs the frightened Graham by the neck before the man could run away. The strong barbarian lifts Graham's body without any effort, using his former ally as a makeshift human shield. A shower of iron bolts flies quickly through the dark forest sky towards the location of the rival camp. The crossbow bolts violently strike Graham's back and chest, who lets out a deafening scream of pure agony. Creven's eyes widen in complete horror as he witnesses the invader's coldness and cruelty in using the hostage. The cowardly boss spits blood and pain in his last moments of life, while the barbarian holds him without showing remorse. The enemy boss realizes with terror that the intruder is a relentless psychopath who does not hesitate to sacrifice lives to win. He screams desperately, ordering his marksmen to aim for the barbarian's unprotected parts as soon as they reload. The guards struggle against time, trying to reload their crossbows with hands trembling in complete despair on top. But the hero takes advantage of the opening and throws his wooden axe with extreme force towards the enemy palisades. The enemy sentinel's eyes widen, and he lets out a scream of terror upon seeing the spinning blade fly quickly in his direction. The rustic axe hits the guard squarely in the face, sending his blood spraying in all directions with the lethal impact. The defeated archer's body collapses lifelessly from the watch platform, falling hard onto the packed earth of the camp. Without showing fatigue, Kadam draws his sharp mosquito sword with one hand while keeping the body pinned with the other. The other guards scream in panic, warning about the lethal throwing attack that just took out their companion. Graum's body continues to receive dozens of iron bolts in the chest, working perfectly as a barrier. A crossbow bolt pierces the former gang leader's hand and chest with a dry and violent sound in the darkness. The red-haired man cries in pain in his terrible agony, begging the barbarian to end his suffering quickly. Creven shouts furiously, ordering the archers to stop firing individually, and tells them to cease the useless attack. Creven shouts furiously, ordering the rest of his gang to advance with full force against the invader. A horde of armed plunderers runs towards the hero, shouting aggressively in the middle of the combat. Without any hesitation, the relentless barbarian throws the body he was using as a shield against his opponents. The heavy body hits the attackers in the front squarely, knocking several of them to the ground with extreme force. The hero grabs his flask of demon essence, aware that the wounds from the fight would be too severe without help. The warrior, with glowing red eyes, decides to finish the slaughter of that gang in the quickest way possible. Creven watches from a distance as the barbarian drinks, wondering if he was consuming water or just some kind of beverage. An immense red aura envelopes the barbarian's body, releasing a power far superior to what he had felt before in the fight. The gladiator's crimson gaze shines intensely, indicating that demonic fury had taken complete control. The henchmen continue to advance, shouting threats, without realizing they were running towards their own doom. But the men turn pale upon noticing that the giant barbarian simply vanished from in front of them in the blink of an eye. A terrible spray of red gushes into the air as Kadam reappears, delivering invisible and lethal cuts on the road. The miscreants begin to scream in complete despair, not understanding where the invisible attacks of that creature were coming from. The supernatural agility effect of the demon essence allows him to move with an impossible speed to follow. He becomes a true phantom of destruction, treading several plunderers with precise and violent cuts in the dark. The guards scream in panic in the face of the incredible speed bonus that prevents any kind of defense or counter-attack. 3 more heads fly through the air, gushing a lot of red liquid, as the relentless mosquito sword continues the lethal slaughter. The gang leader watches from afar as his guild is torn apart by the barbarian, unable to even see his movements. The leader trembles with terror, wondering where that monster came from and how it possesses such overwhelming power in combat. The warrior stands imposing in the center of the bloodbath, with eyes glowing with fury and his body tense in the forest. The Black Hammer leader swallows hard, feeling the true fear of his end for the first time in his entire criminal life. Creven desperately orders his archers to bring a loaded heavy crossbow directly to him at the fort. The scared lackey hands the weapon that fires iron bolts into the trembling hands of the leader, who plans a long-range attack. He focuses his aim, knowing that even the fastest warrior in the world needs to stop for a brief moment after attacking someone. Creven carefully watches the barbarian's movements, who continues to tear apart the last surviving plunderers there. The warrior turns his back to find a new target in the forest, exposing a perfect opening for the rival boss's aim. The criminal leader grits his teeth and pulls the trigger of the heavy crossbow, shouting that this was the perfect moment for the shot. The heavy iron bolt is fired with immense force through the dark forest sky towards the gladiator's back. The accurate shot travels at extremely high speed, promising to pierce the hero's head brutally and with no chance of defense. But the barbarian suddenly turns his face, displaying his bright red eyes as he notices the fast approach of the projectile. The Black Hammer leader lets out a mocking smile, firmly believing that his accurate shot had finished off the intruder. The heavy metal bolt cuts through the night wind, making a sharp noise moments before what should have been the fatal impact. The hero watches the projectile approach his face, maintaining a completely calm and very focused expression in the combat. The enemy leader begins to laugh victoriously, confident that the barbarian's head would be blown apart by the lethal shot. But a dry sound of impact interrupts the rival boss's celebration as the barbarian makes an extraordinary move. Creven's smile vanishes instantly, and he widens his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The gladiator's robust hand catches the iron bolt in the air, just inches from his face, drawing a little blood there. He breaks the wooden shaft of the projectile with his own hands, keeping his threatening gaze fixed directly on the boss. Creven trembles with terror, stammering, not understanding how a human could catch a heavy crossbow shot in the air with his hand. The hero takes a firm step forward, treading on the defeated bodies as he advances towards the terrified Creven. The barbarian walks in an extremely intimidating manner with his mosquito sword, leaving a trail of red behind him. The guards panic completely, shouting that he was approaching, and Creven orders them to prepare more loaded weapons. The last warriors of the gang advance desperately, trying to prevent the monster from getting near their leader. But a swift and brilliant golden slash cuts through the air, reaping the lives of those plunderers in an instant. The aggressors' bodies are brutally torn apart by the overwhelming power of the protagonist's sword in the forest. The gladiator with glowing red eyes continues his silent and lethal walk towards the top of the palisade. The gang leader realizes, with desperation, that his long-range weapons had only irritated the terrible barbarian even more. Creven hastily asks how many loaded weapons were left, and the guard replies that they only have 3 crossbows there. The Black Hammer leader grits his teeth and tells his henchmen to pay close attention to his next combat instructions. The guard obeys quickly as he draws a final iron bolt, preparing for the boss's desperate plan. Creven suddenly drops his heavy battle hammer on the packed dirt road, showing that he was going to surrender. But in reality, the criminal leader just prepared a crushing blow, spinning his rustic iron hammer in the air. The hero reacts quickly and stomps firmly on the ground, ready to dodge the opponent's powerful blow. Kadim advances swiftly, enveloped in his red fury, closing the distance between them imperceptibly. Creven realizes that the barbarian is too fast, and that his warhammer would never be able to hit him in the fight. The cunning criminal glances to the side, noticing a loaded crossbow lying on the ground right beside him. He prepares for one last desperate move as the barbarian advances. Enveloped in the red mist, Creven raises his heavy combat hammer and shouts with hatred, delivering a brutal blow from top to bottom. The terrible attack hits the packed ground squarely, opening a crack and scattering stones and dust across the road. Kadim shields his face from the stones thrown by the violent impact of the hammer on the forest floor. Creven suddenly takes advantage of the distraction of the dust and shouts furiously, ordering his archers to fire. The sentinels positioned high on the palisades pull the triggers, firing the heavy iron bolts. The hero sees through the rival's setup and just mentally complains about that cowardly and ridiculous trick. The gang leader quickly ducks and picks up a loaded heavy crossbow from the ground to ensure the hero's demise. He positions himself firmly, preparing to deliver a fatal shot to the protagonist's back. Kadim easily parries the bolts, while the enemy challenges him to try to stop his own crossbow shot. The Black Hammer leader points the sharp tip of the iron projectile right in front of the silent barbarian's face. He pulls the trigger, firing the bolt at point-blank range with incredible force that should have blown his head off. Creven gives a confident smile and shouts that the barbarian could never dodge that frontal shot. The projectile travels fast, but the experienced hero makes a perfect move to surprise his opponent in the fight. Kadim bites the wooden tip of the projectile with extreme force, holding the lethal bolt with his own teeth. The enemy boss's eyes widen in complete terror as he witnesses that legendary display of absurd power. Without giving time for a reaction, Kadim delivers a deep cut to Creven's chest, who begins to gush a lot of red liquid. The big man collapses to his knees on the ground, his hands on the serious wound, letting out a muffled groan of pure pain. The defeated leader writhes in pain in the dust, while the relentless barbarian watches him with total coldness. Creven stammers in panic, trying to understand how the invader managed to hold a crossbow bolt with his teeth. The hero breaks the projectile in his mouth and spits the broken pieces of wood onto the dry earth without showing any effort. The criminal trembles, realizing that this dark-haired man possessed supernatural combat skills. Kadim calmly tells the wounded boss that he will take out his last henchman and tells him to wait there in silence. He hears from a distance the desperate screams of his henchmen being mercilessly slaughtered by the hero in the forest. Soon after, the barbarian returns triumphant and sticks his blood-covered mosquito sword into the cave floor. The warrior approaches the wounded opponent and says calmly that he has a business proposal to make. The once fearsome Creven joins his trembling hands hands and desperately begs the hero to spare his life. Kadam reassures his opponent, saying he won't take him down and that he will just open his belly to retrieve the swallowed map. The boss panics completely and shouts that it won't be necessary because he has memorized the entire content of the map. He hastily reveals that the legendary treasure is locked in a black chest located under the ruins of Molden Castle. The hero is suspicious and asks why the gang of assailants never went to get the valuable dwarven relic themselves. The boss explains that the castle ruins are surrounded by hundreds of heavily armed church soldiers. The barbarian ignores the excuses and demands to know which army of soldiers is laying siege to the castle ruins. The man reveals that the troops belong to Viscount Adlin, with the supposed mission of punishing a lord allied with demons. The hero silently laments, realizing that his simple search for the map has become a very complex political problem. Kadam draws his sword, stating that he needs to cut open his opponent's belly to get the scroll and check the truth. With total coldness, he warns that he would never trust the word of a mere lying criminal from that dirt road. Creven trembles with terror, remembering that the barbarian would really do whatever it takes to get the dwarven map back. The desperate villain lets out a final curse in the darkness of the forest, accepting his terrible and bloody final fate. A little later, the barbarian throws the blood-stained pieces of the scroll to his guide and tells him to put the parts together. The old man lets out a scream of terror upon discovering that the hero ripped the scroll directly from inside the rival's stomach. The guide gulps and holds the trembling piece of paper upon hearing the sordid details of that brutal field surgery. The guide manages to reassemble most of the map, confirming that the information matches the story told by the leader. The barbarian analyzes the facts and concludes that the story about the castle being surrounded by soldiers must also be true. The barbarian reflects thoughtfully on the mysterious title of Demon Baron, mentioned in the story of Molden Castle. In another location, the flames of campfires illuminate a small and isolated peasant village under the starry sky. A peasant woman trembles with complete fear and swears on her knees that no outsider has passed through her village in recent days. The scared villagers continue to beg for clemency, assuring that the local routine remains completely peaceful. The relentless paladin Helia listens to the justifications coldly while her soldiers watch over the villagers around them. The blonde woman asks with suspicion if the woman would be able to solemnly swear before Elga about that truth. The villagers tremble with fear before the paladin's severe inquisition, who showed no hesitation. She demands that the oath before the Lord of Light be made without any lies to avoid a terrible punishment. The desperate woman stammers in panic as she confirms her oath to try to save her family's life from their end. In the woman's memory, the barbarian had seriously warned that no one in the village should answer questions about his whereabouts. The hero also strictly forbade any peasant from mentioning the appearance of the demon in the forest. Kadam coldly warned that there would be serious consequences for anyone who disrespected his warning. He threatened to return in the future to eliminate the entire village if he found out someone had opened their mouth to the guards. Helia is suspicious of the villagers' denial, as she had found clear clues that the aggressor passed through there. The peasant woman stammers with fear as she lies, repeating that no mercenary or foreign warrior had passed through the small village. The paladin realizes the lie instantly and retorts coldly, pointing out that she had never mentioned the profession of a mercenary. The peasant woman's eyes widen in complete terror as she realizes she has just fallen into the blonde's clever word trap. With a smile of pure mockery, Helia slowly grips the hilt of her sword, ready to begin an execution there. The poor villager's heart beats with extreme force as she realizes that their end would be inevitable for everyone there. The merciless church warrior delivers a brutal blow, executing the peasant woman without showing a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, a bizarre scream of pain echoes through the village, catching the paladin's attention, who turns to investigate the sound. The scared peasants break into a cold sweat and beg her to ignore the noise, desperate to cover up the farce. But the blonde woman ignores the villagers' pleas and walks decisively towards the strange noise in the village. Her eyes widen in complete horror upon finding a bizarre scene inside one of the small houses. The young boy of the village is lying on the floor, trembling violently and foaming at the mouth due to a demonic possession. The paladin diagnoses the severe possession, but the desperate mother tries to lie, claiming it is just a childhood illness. Helia ignores the mother's pleas and continues to walk calmly with her metal boots towards the fallen boy. The desperate mother hugs her son, begging and crying for the holy night to spare her little one's life. The paladin begins to recite a powerful exorcism prayer, channeling a brilliant magical light in her hands. She vows to consecrate the boy's soul to the divine light, unleashing an extremely potent, magical explosion upon him. Her brilliant armored hand touches the child's head, releasing a torrent of purifying energy in the cave. An immense explosion of white light purifies the entire environment, leaving the desperate mother completely blinded by the glow. The peasants outside feel that warm and divine magical energy and realize that a purification has occurred there. Little Moroni lies lifeless on the ground, with a finally peaceful expression after the powerful divine magic. The mother weeps profusely, hugging her son's body, while Helia coldly explains that his soul was saved from the demon. She solemnly guarantees that the child's soul is now totally free and at peace under the Lord's protection. The grieving mother thanks the paladin amidst her tears of pain, not realizing the real danger she was in. But a swift and violent burst of divine fire strikes the mother's back without her being able to react or defend herself. The relentless paladin pierces the mother's back with her sword of shining flames, determined to purify the lie. Helia cruelly argues that any sheep stained by evil must serve as a sacrifice to wash away its sin. In her final moments of life, the mother realizes with horror that her son's head had been cruelly taken off by the blow. She lets out a deafening scream of pure suffering before collapsing lifelessly over the ashes of her beloved son. The Holy Knight coldly declares that the boy's soul will now have its eternal rest beside the Lord of Light, but she warns that the fate of the traitor who broke the sacred oath would be eternal condemnation in the deep darkness. With her mosquito sword glowing, Helia demands that the last survivors of the village reveal the whole truth about the Barbarian. The paladin of the Lord of Light demands to know immediately which direction the barbarian aggressor took when fleeing that region. Far away, the night is calm and starry in the deep forest as Kadam and the guide rest by the campfire. The old man explains with satisfaction that the loots from the Hediouts have provided more supplies and food than they can carry. However, the guide laments that he couldn't find any high-quality axes among all the stolen treasure. Kadam decides to change the subject and asks his companion what he knows about the fearsome and mysterious Lord of Molden. The old man explains that he has heard in passing about the demon Baron and that his nickname came from his cruel rules. The guide remembers a merchant from Molden who praised his land very much, saying it was a great place to live. But the hero argues that this proves nothing, as there are cruel demons who pretend to bring prosperity just to deceive. He concludes that the only way to obtain the valuable dwarven weapons from the castle would be to go there and check the situation personally. The barbarian stares at his almost empty flask and wonders if he could break through the siege of hundreds of soldiers with just that. The old man accompanying him through the forest suddenly musters his courage and asks for permission to ask a very important question. The silent warrior turns only his head to the side, waiting for his fearful companion to say what he is thinking. The guide questions if the title of Great Warrior of Atala that he used before is something exclusive to elite soldiers. The hero asks the reason for the doubt, and the old man reveals that he heard that the legendary champion also used that same name. The protagonist's eyes widen with fury upon hearing that this impostor from the great arena was defaming his sacred title. Kadam gets up from the wooden bench extremely abruptly and quickly, leaving the poor merchant scared. The old man throws himself to his knees on the ground, desperately begging for forgiveness for asking such an inconvenient question. The hero reflects that this sacred title of Atala was not a mere combat nickname, and that it belongs to only one barbarian. It is a sacred honor given by the god of the wild himself only to the warrior destined to annihilate the great demons. He deduces that there are only two possibilities. Either the champion is using the sacred title out of pure ignorance, or the god of Atala himself had forgotten him to choose a new and more powerful champion to succeed him in the role. The barbarian calms his fearful guide, telling him to get up, and warns that they will leave for Molden as soon as day breaks. The warrior takes a firm step towards the dark forest, while processing his feelings of fury and anxiety. He walks decisively, wondering if he was being imitated, or if he had really been discarded by his creator god. The barbarian grits his teeth in anger, and mentally vows to tear that impostor apart as soon as they meet. A short time later, the scene changes, revealing the enormous and fortified stone gates of the imposing Molden Castle. Atop the palisades, two sentinels armed with long spears guard the entrance very attentively and silently. From the top of the walls, the guards observe the camp of hundreds of enemy soldiers who are surrounding the entire fortress. The archers positioned in the watchtowers remain on high alert, awaiting the start of the violent combat. Hidden among the bushes, Kadam and his companion observe all the heavy security at the main entrance of the castle. The old man whispers in terror, saying he can't see any safe opening to invade that military fortress. The barbarian coldly orders the merchant to hide in a safe place in the forest, as he will carry out the infiltration alone. The guide is startled by the barbarian's audacity, but Kadam explains that he intends to use the cover of night to eliminate the watchman. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes through the area as the castle's iron gates begin to move slowly upwards. The pair of spies' eyes widen in surprise as they see the main entrance of the fortress suddenly open at night. The scared merchant wonders if the Baron of Molden is opening the stone gates to start an all-out war. Without wasting time, Kadam pulls the cork from his flask of essence, aware that this opening was his only chance to invade. The strong barbarian grabs his guide under his arm and tells him to hold on tight before taking off at high speed. He unsheathes his mosquito sword in the blink of an eye and gives a powerful push off the dry earth, running towards the entrance. The hero runs swiftly, enveloped in his red mist, carrying his trembling companion through the darkness. The gladiator with glowing red eyes grits his teeth, focused on crossing the enemy lines in a single run. Meanwhile, a line of armored soldiers marches towards the fortress gates in battle formation. One of the elite guards suddenly turns his head, confused, upon hearing a strange noise approaching quickly from behind. A swift gust of wind cuts through the air beside the guard, who can't even see the barbarian's fast silhouette. In the blink of an eye, one of the sentinels' heads is taken off, gushing a lot of red liquid as the hero runs past him. Another enemy soldier is brutally finished before he can even react at the castle entrance. Kadam continues to run at the speed of light, focused only on getting through the gates before they were closed for good. He becomes a true phantom of destruction among the guards, shredding anyone who got in his way. The other soldiers in the rear remain paralyzed in shock, not understanding why their companions were falling. The barbarian is suspicious of the soldiers' total lack of reaction, who continue to march even as their allies are taken down. With no time to think about mysteries, he just focuses on continuing the slaughter to cross the iron gate before it closes. The hero gives another strong stomp on the ground to gain even more momentum and speed in the middle of that deadly run. A last armored sentinel turns to the side, surprised, upon noticing the swift approach of that immense crimson fury. The protagonist delivers an extremely fast cut against the enemy, eliminating the last obstacle in his path to the gate. The guard's body collapses lifelessly at the entrance of Molden under the watchful eye of the barbarian, who completes his lethal infiltration. The barbarian lets out a long sigh of relief upon realizing he managed to cross the main entrance without any problems. He tells his guide that he defeated the first group and observes an important man at the front of that formation. Kadam focuses his crimson gaze on the man in golden armor who was leading the enemy troops right in front of him. The Baron of Molden is surprised and asks who he is as Kadam approaches imposingly. The scared Baron asks for the true identity of the intruder who carried out that slaughter alone. The barbarian asks if he is the famous demon Baron and questions why he is outside the castle alone. The Baron denies the terrible rumors, stating that he has no connection with demons and that there are other reasons. The hero warns that he will check the truth for himself and tells the man to follow him to answer his questions. The desperate Baron shouts that he needs to go back, as he intended to sacrifice himself to save the people of the castle. With a look of pure coldness, Kadam tells him to shut up and warns that he can perish at another time later. In the memory, things started to go wrong when the castle guards began to starve in the darkness. The Baron himself carried heavy sacks of water to personally help his tired soldiers on the wall. The watchman finds his lord's humble attitude strange, but the Baron praises him, saying his parents would be proud of him. He explains that carrying water is nothing compared to the suffering of guarding the border under siege for months on end. The kind lord takes all the blame for not being virtuous and deeply regrets the suffering of his men. The soldier emotionally retorts, swearing that Viscount Adlin is the real culprit and that everyone is proud to follow him. The Baron of Molden closes his eyes in absolute silence, touched by the sincere and loyal words of his young soldier. He thanks them for their kindness, but mentally decides that he will not allow his young men to continue suffering. The guards look at each other, confused, not understanding the true and tragic meaning behind those words of farewell. Graham remembers that the weather started to warm up, bringing temporary relief to the severe lack of firewood in the winter. The Lord returns to his chamber in the castle and faces his wife with an extremely melancholic and sad expression. The wife senses her husband's anguish and gently asks what has actually brought him there at that moment. The Baron changes the subject and fondly recalls the colorful tulips his beloved wife had ordered in the past. He comments that the flowers would have been beautiful if they had bloomed properly before the whole siege began. The woman closes her eyes sadly, saying that the people's hunger in the castle was much more important than mere flowers. The Baron reveals in tears that he saw hungry children digging up the tulip bulbs to eat due to extreme hunger. The Lady of Molden is completely perplexed and asks with a trembling voice if he had reprimanded the hungry children. The Lord weeps profusely, taking all the blame for the extreme suffering of his people in the besieged castle. He laments that the food supplies have run out and that the castle will not last much longer if the siege continues like this. He reveals that he has decided to surrender and perish with honor today to remove the enemy army's pretext for attacking the castle. The wife panics completely, shouting that this end would be useless and that the pretext of demons is a lying farce. The Lord retorts that for the enemy, what matters is profit and the excuse, and that they never wanted to know the real truth. He instructs his wife to send messengers to the Emperor or flee to the Free Alliance if the Viscount insists on attacking them. The Baron says goodbye to his beloved, officially entrusting the fate of all the people of the fortress into her trembling hands. He leaves, determined to give his own life to end once and for all that long and exhausting battle for his home. Back in the present, the guards run desperately around the Lord, who remains paralyzed by the barbarian's strength. The hero stands firm, enveloped in his red fury, drawing the attention of all the guards who tremble with fear on the spot. Suddenly, one of the sentinels points in terror towards the road, realizing that the enemy army had moved. He screams desperately, revealing that Viscount Adlin's soldiers had already initiated a massive attack formation. The hundreds of soldiers armed with spears begin to march threateningly and heavily towards the castle entrance. The enemy army captain lets out a roar of fury, ordering all men to advance with full force in the combat. The barbarian coldly observes the march of the enemy army, which is rapidly approaching with murderous intentions of war. The Baron despairs and shouts with all all his might, ordering the guards to close the iron gates immediately. The castle's metal gate begins to descend heavily and quickly, making a violent crash throughout the entrance. Kadim and the Baron end up locked outside, facing the fury of the hundreds of armed soldiers alone. Viscount Adlin's army advances, running with their spears ready to tear apart the cornered duo outside the fortress. Suddenly, the enormous iron gate begins to descend rapidly to close the passage, but the gate gets stuck halfway, leaving the guards and Kadim completely confused by the failure. One of the soldiers screams desperately, warning that the crank is jammed and won't turn at all. The Baron of Molden is paralyzed with terror, realizing they are about to be invaded by the enemies. Kadim just clicks his tongue, showing irritation with the whole disastrous situation at the entrance. The Baron quickly starts shouting orders to bring strong soldiers and a mechanic to fix the gate. Ignoring the desperate shouts, the barbarian takes a determined step forward, his red aura glowing. A scared guard points forward and calls the Baron's attention to what is about to happen. Kadim then firmly grabs the heavy iron structure with his own power-infused hands. The guards watch in total shock, wondering if that man really intends to close the gate with brute force. The barbarian lets out a roar of effort, using all his impressive physical strength to pull the metal structure. With a deafening sound of creaking metal, the immense gate finally begins to descend, millimeter by millimeter. The guards can hardly believe what they see, but they realize the enemy army is already very close to the entrance. Seeing the danger, the Baron orders his men to shoot everything they can to delay the invaders' advance. The archers and spearmen on the walls begin to fire their projectiles with all the haste in the world. Several enemy soldiers in the vanguard are hit squarely by the spears that rain down from the top of the fortress. With his aura exploding in crimson flames, Kadim tells everyone to get away from there immediately. In a violent move, he pulls the gate with all his might, making the heavy metal grate collide with the ground. The enemy soldiers who were running come face to face with the closed grate and let out groans of pain from the impact. Kadim lets out a sigh of exhaustion after performing that unbelievable feat of pure physical strength. He calmly announces that he has solved the problem and orders them to finally lock the gate for good. The Baron of Molden and his guards stare at the hero, completely in disbelief, wondering if he is human. The warrior turns to the Lord and calmly suggests that the two of them have a civilized conversation from now on. A short while later, a lavish table with hot soup and meat is prepared inside the castle's chambers. The Baron serves the visitors with all hospitality, while Kadim's guide devours the food, famished. The young man asks for another bowl of soup with his mouth full, and the host kindly replies for him to eat without rushing. Observing the scene, Kadim comments that it's strange they have so much food if the castle has been under siege for a long time. The Lord explains that he would rather starve with his family than commit the dishonor of leaving his guests hungry. The barbarian asks if it was because of this sense of honor that the man went outside to meet a foolish end. He demands to know the whole truth behind the conflict and why the Lord wanted to throw his own life away. The Baron agrees to tell everything and says that for that, he will need to go back in time a bit to explain the origins. He recalls that this region was completely barren and dangerous when he received orders from the emperor to govern it. With over a decade of dedication, he transformed that isolated place into a prosperous and peaceful fiefdom. However, the greed and envy of a man named Viscount Adlin changed the fate of everyone forever. Being from a neighboring territory, the Viscount became jealous of Molden's development and began to spread lies. He spread the terrible rumor that the ruler of Molden was actually a demon who made a pact with the devil. At first, no one paid attention to those baseless rumors coming from such a distant region, but the situation changed when the fourth prince fell in love with the Viscount's daughter, giving enormous influence to the rival. With the emperor's silent support, the subjugation campaign against the supposed demon Baron finally began. Using this false pretext, they have been under siege for 4 months, and the Baron wanted to surrender to spare his people. Kadim finds it strange that the enemy has kept 400 soldiers fed for months without attempting a direct attack. The Lord agrees and suspects that the imperial family itself is secretly helping the rival behind the scenes. The warrior remains in absolute silence, absorbing the information and analyzing the political situation. The Baron then asks Kadam to reveal who he is and what his true objective was in invading the enemy camp. The hero replies that he came in search of a fist-shaped rock that is located exactly in the center of the castle. Completely shocked, the Lord asks how he knows about the existence of this rock, which is hidden in the castle's basement. Kadam says he just wants to be taken there and promises to leave quietly as soon as he finishes his work. The Baron refuses immediately, saying that entry to the basement is strictly forbidden to anyone. With an extremely serious look, the barbarian demands to know the real reason for this whole prohibition. The ruler laments and apologizes, stating that he cannot reveal this secret to an outsider. Kadam remains in absolute silence with a cold and serious expression in the face of the host's stubbornness. The young merchant begins to sweat nervously as he feels the atmosphere become tense all of a sudden. The two men stare at each other fixedly in a tense silence where neither of them seems willing to back down. The barbarian repeats that the basement is forbidden and that the Lord cannot even reveal the real reason for it. The warrior lets out a long sigh, commenting that things had been too easy until now. In an extremely swift move, he draws a small dagger and throws it towards the dining table. The Baron gets a huge fright from the hero's sudden reaction and widens his eyes, not understanding. The blade squarely hits a small crawling insect that was passing over the wooden table. The Lord gulps as he stares at the warrior, with cold sweat running down his scared face. Kadam points to the crushed bud and warns that tomorrow, all 100 guards of the castle will be just like it. He reminds them that the guards have nowhere to run, since the entire territory is surrounded by the enemy army. The hero concludes that they will all meet a completely useless end without even knowing the real reason. The barbarian warns that he doesn't need to know the reason for the blockage, but that he will give the Lord a simple choice. He asks if the man prefers to guide him in peace, or if he wants to see the castle painted with the blood of the innocent. The Baron realizes from the warrior's gaze that this threat is very real and far too dangerous. He closes his eyes, regretful for having let an unknown and so dangerous warrior into his castle. Yielding to the strong pressure, the Lord finally agrees to guide the hero to the mysterious forbidden basement. But he adds that he will not do it now and imposes an important condition to seal that agreement. Kadam stares at him fixedly, showing curiosity to know the content of that condition imposed by the Lord. The Baron explains that he wants his help to defend the castle if Viscount Adeline tries to invade the place later. He promises to order the butler to take the warrior to the basement as soon as the enemy attack is fully repelled. The hero finds that ridiculous and asks if he really considers this cowardly plan an honorable end. He criticizes the Baron for running from the enemy and throwing all the responsibility into the hands of a complete stranger. The barbarian severely questions if abandoning his own people and perishing is the definition of honor for the Lord. The ruler of Molden just looks away, thoughtful and shaken upon hearing those harsh and sincere truths. Kadam says that sacrificing oneself for others is just a cowardly excuse to transfer the burden and perish for nothing. The warrior raises a closed fist and proudly states that the way of the people of Atala is very different from that. He explains that warriors fight until their last breath, even without any chance of winning the battle. The hero firmly concludes that only this fierce resistance is what defines a truly honorable end. The Baron remains silent and completely speechless in the face of the imposing barbarian's powerful life philosophy. Kadam then decides to make a new business proposal to the man and asks if he is willing to listen to it. The hero begins to explain the terms of his plan in detail, while the merchant just watches in silence. The warrior finishes speaking and asks what the Lord thinks of that unexpected proposal to save the castle. Thoughtful, the Baron asks for some time to reflect and suggests that the hero wait in the castle's guest quarters. The palace butler guides the visitors down the long corridor and shows them to the comfortable guest room. Kadam and the young merchant enter the richly decorated room under the watchful eyes of the fortress's servants. The hero tells the merchant to rest on the soft bed, leaving the young man completely surprised and awkward. Then, the warrior takes his huge sword off his back and sits down calmly to await the lord's return. The young merchant sits timidly on the edge of the bed, still holding his backpack with great nervousness. He asks with concern if the barbarian really believes the baron will accept the proposal he made. Kadam confidently replies that it is an excellent deal and that the ruler has no other viable choice. The young man comments that he was scared when the baron was so firm in his refusal of the basement earlier. He wonders what could be the important reason for blocking the basement, as the lord seemed like a kind person. Kadam states with total conviction and seriousness that the answer to the lord's stubbornness is all too obvious. The merchant is confused by the hero's quick response and asks what he means by that. Suddenly, the wooden door of the room begins to open slowly, drawing the attention of the two young men. The warrior remains seated in the armchair, coldly staring at the silhouette that has just entered the room. The Baron of Molden appears at the door with a determined expression, showing that he has finally made his decision. The barbarian comments that he returned much earlier than expected and asks if he has finally made a final decision. The Lord just nods solemnly, confirming that he is ready to accept the proposed agreement. Kadam agrees with a nod and tells the Baron to start the preparations for their plan right away. Night falls quickly, covering the entire immense fortress of Molden with a dark and mysterious silence. On the outer walls of the castle, two soldiers stand guard, silently patrolling the entrance under the moonlight. Suddenly, a suspicious noise from the shadows catches the attention of one of the sentinels, who goes on full alert. The guard points his spear towards the darkness and orders the intruders to identify themselves immediately. The Baron emerges from the shadows, wearing a common soldier's armor, and tells Sergeant Delton to lower his voice at once. The sergeant recognizes his lord, but is shocked to see him awake at that hour and wearing such simple clothes. The lord tells Delton to remain calm and reminds him that he is the officer responsible for that important guard duty. Still confused, the sergeant asks the meaning of this, but the Baron tells him to save his questions and help with the rope. He instructs the guards to tie the rope to the pillars of the wall and orders that no one leave the castle under any circumstances. The sentinels obey promptly and begin to tie the thick climbing rope under Kadam's watchful eye. With everything ready, the barbarian firmly grips the rope with one hand and takes a brave leap off the wall. He slides down with extreme speed and agility along the immense stone wall of the castle in the middle of the darkness. The guards watch the scene, scared, unable to believe that a man with that immense physique could be so agile. Then, the Baron grabs the rope and begins to descend right behind the hero, while his men wish him good luck. During the descent, the Lord begins to murmur the names of his most loyal soldiers with a melancholic expression. The guards at the top of the wall feel the weight of that silent farewell, but internally swear to fulfill their duties. The Lord asks with invisible tears for them to protect the fortress of Molden, which is his most precious treasure. Sergeant Delton stares into the void, feeling a huge tightness in his chest at the deep words of his beloved lord. Meanwhile, one of the guards begins to pull the rope back after the Baron and Kadam safely touch the ground below. Once on the ground, the barbarian stares coldly at the man, asking if he has finally finished saying his goodbyes. The Baron closes his eyes with determination and confirms that he is fully ready to begin that mission. Kadam draws his blade, warning that it is time for them to go and take down that Viscount Adeline once and for all that night. The Baron of Molden stares at Kadam, completely stunned, upon hearing the details of that plan for a seemingly one-way invasion. The barbarian explains that they will ambush the enemy camp right after sunset, using only simple weapons. Frightened, the Lord asks if invading the rival troops with just two people wouldn't be signing their own demise. With a cold gaze, the warrior questions if that plan wasn't exactly what the Lord intended to do alone. He remembers that the ruler of Molden's passing would remove the rival army's pretext for war anyway. The ruler retorts with concern, wondering if Viscount Adeline wouldn't attack the castle anyway if he resisted. Kadam tells the man not to worry, as he intends to finish off the rival commander during the night's ambush. The Lord is left completely speechless upon seeing the frightening determination in the eyes of that relentless warrior. The barbarian promises that if he fails in the ambush, he will keep his word and help defend Molden Castle afterward. The Baron thinks he would have found that answer very arrogant if he hadn't already seen the hero's absurd skills today. Kadam states that this is excellent opportunity to eliminate the root of all their problems by facing the enemies. In the present darkness, the two silently approach the spot where the enemy guards are watching the camp entrance. In the blink of an eye, a sharp dagger flies silently, cutting through the cold wind toward the first rival sentinel. The blade hits the guard squarely in the neck, and a red liquid flows freely as he's unable to call for any help. The soldier falls to the ground, lifeless, while his watch partner turns, startled by the sudden noise beside him. The other watchman stares at the body sprawled on the ground, still trying to understand the origin of that treacherous and fatal attack. Without wasting time, Kadam moves at the speed of light to silence the second witness before she can sound the general alarm. The barbarian violently strikes the second guard with a direct hit that sends a spray of red into the darkness. The enemy collapses, finished, after being struck by the hero's relentless and silent attack at the camp's entrance. The Baron of Molden watches everything closely from behind, surprised by the unknown warrior's immense coldness and precision. Kadam notices that the rival soldiers showed no common reaction of fear or surprise, even when facing their end. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widen as he notices a very disturbing detail on the lifeless body of the soldier on the ground. The fallen guard's face is completely pale and thin, revealing a skeletal and severely underfed body. The warrior realizes that such extreme hunger with no desertions can only mean something very strange is happening. He looks around, trying to decipher the mystery surrounding the strange behavior of the rival army under siege. The Lord stares at him, confused, not understanding why the hero stopped to examine the body of the fallen enemy soldier. The hero tells the man to follow him so they can enter the camp and settle this matter once and for all. They advance through the shadows and find several enemy soldiers lined up in the middle of the night, standing bizarrely still. The Baron finds it very strange to see the soldiers awake and fully equipped. Wandering aimlessly through the dark camp, a close-up on one of the soldiers' eyes reveals them to be empty, without any spark of life, as if he were just a shell. Suddenly, the men begin to snarl, making frightening sounds as they wield their swords toward the duo. Kadam orders the Lord to stay there and take down as many soldiers as he can while he advances deeper into the tents. The Baron of Molden asked with suspicion what the barbarian intends to look for in the middle of that dark camp. The hero replies that the obvious goal is to find Viscount Adeline, who commands this whole invasion against the castle. He explains that the demon's malevolent must be much stronger within the commander of that army himself. Kadam encourages the Lord to fight with all his strength and unleash his fury against the soldiers who cross his path. The barbarian reminds him that those men are the ones responsible for destroying everything the Baron held most valuable in life. The warrior wields his weapons, prepared to start a real onslaught against the hordes that begin to surround him. The hero advances, delivering swift and precise blows that cut through the darkness of the camp with a trail of destruction. Several enemies are instantly cut down, spraying a lot of red liquid as they try in vain to stop the barbarian's advance. He continues to spin his blade with brutal force, taking down and tearing through any opponent that appears before him. Kadam destroys entire rows of soldiers with extreme ease, looking like a true demon in the middle of the battle. The warrior realizes the enemies are nothing more than puppets controlled by an external force, without any will of their own. Meanwhile, the Lord of Molden watches the hero's relentless fury with a mix of admiration and pure respect in his eyes. The puppet soldiers continue to advance, but are brutally sliced by the powerful warrior's swift charges. One of the enemies cries out in pain upon being struck squarely by the fatal attack that pierces his heavy iron armor. Kadam crushes another soldier with a violent stomp that cracks the dirt ground and scatters the opponent's essence around. The hero lets out a cold sigh, staring at the bodies on the ground with total contempt as he cleans the red from his large sword. He notices that the enemy resistance becomes even more fierce and violent as he advances toward the center of the location. With his axe in hand, the barbarian deduces that the commander is concentrating his malevolent power to try to stop him at all costs. Kadam walks with determination towards the enormous main tent, knowing he has finally reached the right place. With a cold gaze, the hero pushes aside the entrance curtain to confront whoever was inside the shelter. Inside, he finds Viscount Adeline sitting imposingly on his throne, guarded by 2 sentinels. An extremely malevolent and dark purple aura begins to emanate from the bodies of the 2 guards standing beside the throne. The Viscount is enveloped by this gigantic smoke of malevolent energy that fills the entire space with dread. In the blink of an eye, the 2 guards collapse, completely lifeless as the rival leader absorbs their strength. Adeline reveals his frightening, glowing red eyes, indicating he is under the control of a demonic force. The villain mocks the hero, saying he did well to get this far, but calls him a mere filthy stray from the desolate lands. The warrior finds that cheap provocation amusing and remembers having dealt with this type of opponent before on his journey. He realizes he has found a rare variant of someone possessed by a demon and smiles at his new challenge. The Viscount becomes furious upon seeing the barbarian smile in the middle of the battle and questions the reason for such audacity. The villain warns that the hero's strength is just a cheap trick and tells him to leave without touching Molden Castle. He claims to have cultivated that region for years and asks if the intruder really thinks he can steal his harvest. Kadam wields his weapons intimidatingly and replies with disdain that the villain talks too much for his liking. The villain realizes the hero won't back down and concludes that he has made the decision to throw his own life away today. An immense and frightening black smoke of spiritual energy appears right behind the enraged Viscount's body, but the barbarian goes on full alert upon noticing that frightening manifestation of demonic power right before his eyes. The malevolent fury roars, telling the warrior to say goodbye to his consciousness, for from now on, it will control his body. The monster throws all its purple power toward the protagonist, shouting that it will be the new master of his flesh. Kadam stands firm in the same spot as that dense and frightening cloud of energy completely envelopes him. The villain says he is pouring out his entire soul and that any mental opening will be enough to dominate him. Suddenly, the creature feels an enormous spiritual resistance and lets out a murmur of astonishment as its attack fails. From deep within the barbarian's mind, the original soul of his past life on Earth emerges, acting as an impenetrable shield. The villain strains to the utmost, trying to force the possession, but the malevolent energy is completely repelled by the hero. Adeline holds his head with both hands, letting out a cry of agony upon realizing his plan has failed miserably. He falls into total despair, not understanding why his spiritual possession is repelled so brutally and humiliatingly. Kadam lets out a mocking laugh and apologizes for disappointing the great expectations of that profane creature. He quips that his mind is already too crowded with his original soul to make room for any other guests. The barbarian prepares for physical combat, holding his axe firmly as the enemy glares at him with hatred. The villain remembers that the only things he couldn't possess in the past were much stronger, high-ranking demons. For a moment, he feared the opponent was a disguised demon, but sees that he is just a muscular human. The monster becomes even more indignant upon realizing he is being completely humiliated by a simple mortal warrior. He roars with hatred, calling Kadam a stray, and warns that he will destroy the warrior's body if he can't control it. The Viscount's body begins a bizarre mutation, with his muscles growing and glowing in shades of pink. The hero calmly observes as the enemy creature's bones crack, transforming into a true monster. Now transformed into a giant beast, the enemy shouts that he will crush the barbarian until he turns him into a red paste. Without showing any sign of fear, Cotton just adjusts his grip on his weapon, prepared to receive the attack. The giant beast swings a metal club of spikes with brutal force toward the protagonist. The barbarian blocks the violent blow with his blade, generating a deafening crash and sparks throughout the tent. The force of the impact is so overwhelming that it throws the warrior backward as the monster continues to press the attack. The hero notices with concern that the handle of his axe has started to crack due to the tremendous impact of that block. He clicks his tongue, showing irritation upon realizing that his weapon won't withstand many more blows from that monster. The monster raises its spiked club again, letting out a deafening roar of victory in the middle of the tent. The immense weapon crashes against the ground, raising a curtain of dust and destroying everything in its path. The hero manages to dodge by leaping back in time to recalculate his combat strategy against the beast. The Viscount mocks the protagonist's retreat, calling him a cowardly stray who only knows how to run when the fight gets serious. Cotton ignores the insults and assesses that the size of the enemy's club is too absurd to be wielded by a normal human. He concludes that his normal weapons will surely break if he tries to block another one of those brutal attacks. The barbarian takes a deep breath, facing the giant mutant, and prepares to fight using his agility and battle techniques. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, the tents of the enemy camp remain under the silent watch of the distant fortress. Viscount Adeline laughs and asks if the barbarian is just looking for a good place to hide from him. Cadam ignores the provocation, but realizes he has been surrounded by another large group of soldiers under the rival's control. The villain states that the hero has taken down many men, but he still has more than 300 bodies ready to be used. Without wasting time, one of the soldiers launches an attack, delivering a swift blow with his sword toward the warrior. Another puppet advances quickly against the barbarian, wielding a long spear to try to pierce his defense. Demonstrating incredible reflexes, Cotton manages to skillfully dodge and block the charge using his blade. He prepares his counter-attack agilely, spinning his weapon with all his might to clear a path among the enemies. The barbarian delivers an extremely violent blow that crushes the first opponent, creating a large shower of red. With a swift and continuous motion, he spins his body to deliver another fatal attack against another enemy guard. However, Adeline swings his gigantic spiked club, trying to crush the hero with all his brutal force. Cotton reacts quickly and dodges that immense metal weapon by a hair's breadth as it grazes past his face. The club hits the ground with absurd violence, opening a crater of dust as the barbarian leaps away. The monster roars deafeningly, warning that there is absolutely nowhere for the warrior to escape. The hero lands firmly on the campground, maintaining his full focus and carefully studying the rival's movements. The giant beast attacks again, creating another huge explosion in the terrain as the barbarian dodges with agility. Cotton slides across the soft earth of the camp, strategically repositioning himself to continue the deadly combat. The villain mocks his agility, saying he's very good at dodging and suggests nicknaming him Krat instead of Dog. During the movement, the warrior casts a quick glance toward the large walls of Molden Castle in the distance. Adeline notices the glance and scoffs, asking if the barbarian really thinks that fleeing to the castle will save him from his end. That moment, the young merchant Duncan runs up the stairs of the castle wall, hurried and completely out of breath. The demon states that a simple human body will never be able to withstand the overwhelming power of a creature of darkness. He continues to mock, saying that to defeat him, the barbarians should have at least brought powerful reinforcements for the combat. Cotton agrees with the difficulty and admits that it would indeed be very hard to defeat all those puppet soldiers alone. The beast lets out a triumphant laugh, asking if the warrior has finally realized how foolish he was to face him. But the hero surprises him with an unexpected question, asking what will happen to the villain's real body. The monster stops his evil laughter at once and is completely confused, not understanding the true meaning of that question. Atop the walls, the merchant Duncan shouts with all his might, calling for the warrior to deliver something. The hero smiles and states that the villain's original body is so weak that even a simple mason could defeat it. Viscount Adeline is completely paralyzed with terror as he realizes the terrible trap the warrior has set for him. The villain panics as he deduces what the Baron of Molden is doing to his real body at that very moment. Back at the castle, the Baron destroys the monster's pulsating heart, driving his sword into the mass of flesh that held its power. The beast roars with hatred and pain upon feeling its real body being struck, and curses the two humans with all its fury. He shouts that he will tear every muscle in the barbarian's body and rip out his insides to make him swallow it all in agony. The guards and Duncan on the walls watch in fear as the creature begins to grow even larger and more monstrous. Kadim knows that even with the main body destroyed, he still needs to eliminate that possessed image to end the danger. The hero looks at the broken handle of his axe, which is about to shatter completely if it takes another violent impact. The weapon shatters completely in the next attack, making the monster laugh and mock Kadim for using such a fragile weapon. Even unarmed, the barbarian acts quickly and uses his backup sword to deliver a precise cut that pushes the giant enemy back. He backs away, keeping his guard up with only the sword in his hand, knowing he will need something stronger to win. The warrior silently stares at the broken wooden handle of his old axe, knowing he will need his secret weapon. The villain roars furiously, promising he will take down every last inhabitant of Molden before his possessed body dissipates. The hero shouts, calling for the merchant Duncan, who responds promptly, confirming he brought the mysterious item he asked for. With all his strength, the young man throws a shining object over the castle walls, begging the hero to catch it. The revealed object is an immense and sharp blue axe that spins in the air, glowing with an incredible aura of magical energy. The merchant despairs, thinking that because he is weak, he couldn't throw the heavy weapon with enough force for the hero. Kadim smiles and thinks that the young man doesn't need to worry if that weapon was truly forged by a great dwarven master. He knows that a legendary axe like that is capable of proving its true worth by flying to its master on its own. The blue weapon gains even more speed, cutting through the air and magically changing its trajectory toward the warrior. With impressive precision, Kadim extends his arm and firmly catches the handle of that powerful magical weapon in the air. The barbarian smiles confidently, holding the shining dwarven battle axe, ready to end that terrible combat once and for all. Duncan's jaw drops as he sees the axe accelerate on its own in the air and cross an immense distance in the blink of an eye. Viscount Adeline stares at the magical weapon, completely perplexed, unable to believe in the existence of such an artifact. Kadim holds the weapon and comments that the Baron really made a mistake by hiding such a valuable work of art. The barbarian praises the legendary axe and laments that the former owner left such a masterpiece to gather dust in the castle. The monster recognizes the forging style of the northern dwarves and desperately questions if the hero came to Molden just for this weapon. Ignoring the rival's questions, the hero just adjusts his fingers on the weapon's handle, feeling the flow of magical power in it. With a bored look, the warrior comments that the villain talks too much for someone who is just a mere possessed puppet. Kadim raises the legendary axe above his head and announces that he is more than ready to begin the real combat. The barbarian advances with relentless speed, promising to shut that chattering, sharp-toothed mouth of his rival for good. The Viscount roars enraged, raising his giant club and vowing to reduce the dwarven weapon to pieces, using his brute force. The two colossal weapons clash in the center of the tent, generating an immense wave of spiritual shock that cracks the ground around them. The villain's powerful steel club is completely shattered by the edge of the magical axe, leaving the mutant in total shock Adeline cannot accept that his indestructible club was turned into pieces by the overwhelming force of that divine weapon. Taking advantage of the opening, Kadam delivers a lethal cut that tears through the monster, causing its dark energy to leak from the wound. The warrior gazes at the blue axe, satisfied to have finally gotten his hands on a combat weapon worthy of his strength. Atop the stone walls, the young merchant Duncan watches that epic scene, completely impressed and dumbfounded. The Viscount's gigantic possessed body falls heavily to the ground, raising a curtain of dust after being defeated. All the purple and malevolent energy that controlled the invading leader begins to evaporate and dissipate completely in the cold air. Kadam concludes that without the main body, the demon's fury has no way to remain active for long in those puppets. The hero turns his back, knowing that the only thing left to do now is to return to the interior of Molden Castle. Suddenly, the Baron of Molden appears stealthily from behind, wielding his sword in an extremely threatening manner in the shadows. From above, Duncan notices the Lord's dangerous approach and shouts desperately to try to warn the barbarian of the danger. The Lord delivers an extremely swift sword blow, trying to take Kadam's head off from behind by surprise. Kadam manages to dodge the treacherous attack by a hair's breadth, leaping back with agility to escape the sharp blade. The hero faces the man and realizes with shock that the Baron now has black eyes and is completely possessed by the entity. The barbarian retreats and soon assumes a defensive posture on the soft earth as Duncan shouts in fear for his lord from above. The Baron is completely overtaken by a dense mist of demonic power, revealing that the spiritual threat is still alive. The demon speaks through the Lord's mouth, mocking the warrior and asking if he really thought the combat was won. Kadam remains unshaken in the face of this new threat, maintaining his calm demeanor and analyzing the dangerous situation. As the deadly confrontation unfolds, the secrets of this world, filled with magic and monsters, begin to come to light. The possessed one asks if the hero really thought the battle had come to an end and faces him with a macabre smile. He orders the hero to pay close attention to his words and begins to reveal the sordid details of his evil plan. Kadam realizes that the profane creature had already planted its dark thoughts in the Baron's mind a long time ago. The monster reveals that intended to make the foolish Lord watch the destruction of Molden and the suffering of his people in pure agony. He deeply laments that the meddling barbarian ruined all his fun right at the time of the soul harvest. The hero deduces that the demon kept the Baron alive precisely to psychologically torment him with his people's suffering. The beast asks if Kadam will have the courage to tear apart the Baron's body in the same violent way he did with Viscount Adeline. With great tranquility, the warrior replies that the enemy made a great error in judgment regarding his intentions. He states that he didn't fight to save the castle, but to fulfill the business deal he made with the Baron of Molden. The demon laughs and warns that if the warrior takes down the Baron, he will be hunted by all the surviving guards of that army. Kadam retorts that it would be the same if he left the creature alive, controlling the ruler's body of that fortress. The barbarian coldly warns that if the soldiers of Molden try to attack him, he will simply finish all of them right there. Impressed by the hero's coldness, the malevolent creature confesses that it knows that threat of an onslaught is not just a bluff. The monster smiles sadistically and concludes that, in that case, the Baron of Molden is destined to perish at the hero's own hands. It says that since it has already lost its main body, it will content itself with savoring the agony of seeing the Lord perish under the hero's blade. Screaming with madness, the possessed Baron advances, delivering a frantic sword blow against the unshackable barbarian's chest. Kadam blocks the violent charge using his sword, creating another great clash of metal under the night stars. The hero manages to repel the attack, pushing the opponent back with his brute force to try to immobilize him for good. Suddenly, the Baron begins to tremble violently, holding his head as he tries to regain control of his own mind. In an act of desperation, the Lord points his own sword at himself, trying to end it all to trap the demon. The Baron of Molden fights, bravely with his own consciousness, shouting that the demon will never lay its hands on his people. The malevolent entity inside him despairs upon realizing that this man is managing to resist the terrible possession. Kadam watches everything closely, completely surprised by the heroic effort and the willpower shown by the Lord. Gathering his last strength, the Baron vows to take the demons straight to the underworld with him that night. In a desperate blow, the Lord forces his own blade against his own chest, piercing his heavy armor. The demon lets out a roar of agony as it tries in vain to prevent the Lord from completing his terrible act of sacrifice. The Baron spits a red liquid and lets out a groan of pain as he drives the sharp blade deep into his own chest. The silence of the night is broken by the terrible echo of that heroic sacrifice, which startles everyone on the battlefield. From afar, the soldiers scream desperately, not understanding why their beloved leader has just turned against his own life. The Baron falls heavily to his knees on the dirt ground, letting out a final groan as the red liquid flows from his wound. The monster's consciousness is shocked to realize that a simple human managed to injure himself even while under possession. The Lord remains kneeling with the sword embedded in his chest as Kadam approaches, holding his new magical axe. The young Duncan runs over, frightened, in the warrior's direction and asks with a trembling voice if the Baron had perished there. The barbarian coldly replies that the man is still alive and kneels beside the gravely wounded Lord. He praises the impressive strength of the Lord, who was able to pierce his own metal armor to stop the beast. The hero comments that such a feat would be completely impossible if the Lord hadn't used the demon's own power. With great difficulty, the Baron murmurs that he failed to protect his kingdom once again, just as it happened in the past. Kadam then draws his red mystical dagger, called Mosquito, to try to use its magical properties on the wounded man. He applies the small healing artifact to the man's chest to try to prolong the Lord's life for a few more minutes. The Baron is astonished to feel the effect of the magical dagger and comments that suddenly his body feels much lighter. Kadam observes in silence, knowing that the artifact is only capable of temporarily delaying the Lord's inevitable end. The hero praises the man's bravery, saying that even a strong warrior would have given in to fear in the face of that demon. The Lord smiles weakly and says he feels very honored to have such a powerful warrior by his side in his final moments. He confesses that he has many regrets from the past and would like to leave some sincere words before he departs. The dying Lord bitterly regrets not having destroyed the malevolent creature the moment he discovered it in the basement. In a memory, the demon in flesh form in the basement whispered promises of transforming Molden into the most prosperous kingdom. He says that the monster demanded only one condition in return, which was to care for his people with all the love in his heart. Thinking it was a good deal, the young Baron touched the flesh, accepting the offer without knowing he was falling into a deadly trap. The pact brought prosperity and wealth to Molden, making the ruler truly come to love his loyal people. But the guilt of knowing that all of it came from a profane power brought a terrible anguish to the kind Lord's heart. He reveals that he lived in constant fear that the creature would decide to take all that happiness away from his hands in a flash. The Lord coughs up a red liquid, remembering that the day of reckoning finally came, using the greedy Viscount Adeline. He realizes that the creature's real objective was to make him suffer and feel a deep pain upon seeing the ruin of all he loved. The Baron laments that the salvation of Molden and the destruction of the demon, in the end, were not achieved by his strength. Kadam interrupts him and questions if it wasn't the Baron's own willpower that expelled the demon at the last second. The Lord smiles relieved upon realizing that he indeed managed to end that terrible story using his own strength. The barbarian nods positively and closes his eyes, confirming that the Lord performed a great deed. Feeling his life fading, the Lord asks Kadam to deliver one last and important message to his beloved wife, Delphina. He cries softly, apologizing for not being strong enough to protect them, as he had promised in the past. The Baron of Molden finally closes his eyes and takes his last breath under the sad gaze of Duncan and Cottam. The lifeless body of the brave ruler rests in peace at the camp as the morning winds begin to blow. The next day, the great bells of Molden toll sadly, announcing the passing of their beloved and respected ruler. The wooden casket containing the Baron's body is carried solemnly by the guards towards the kingdom's funeral procession. The knights and sentinels of the wall march with their heads lowered, overcome by a deep sadness for the loss of their leader. The citizens and peasants of the kingdom weep profusely and pray together for the soul of the one who gave his life to save them. Cottam and Duncan watch the ceremony from afar, knowing they successfully fulfilled the secret agreement they made with the Baron. At the enemy camp, the soldiers examine, frightened, the deformed body of Viscount Adeline, which looks like a terrible beast. Sergeant Delton orders them to burn the monster's body and the mass of demonic flesh that was brought by the young merchant. One of the guards is shocked to discover that the terrible monster the barbarian faced was actually the neighboring Viscount. Another soldier comments that the rival warriors already looked like starving bodies even before they fell in battle. The Molden soldier wonders why the Lord took his own life, and if all of this was really caused by a demon. He laments that the only man who knows the whole truth prefers to remain silent without giving further explanations. The troops surround the barbarian and demand that he reveal the truth about the tragic fate of the Lord of Molden. Cottam then breaks the silence and states that the Baron of Molden fought bravely against the enemy until his last breath. The barbarian faces the men and concludes firmly that this is the only truth they really need to know. Carrying the body of the deceased lord in his arms, the hero imposingly orders them to open the gates at once. He adds that the Baron was a man worthy of resting in peace in the embrace of his most beloved kingdom. Sergeant Delton repeats the hero's words, remembering that the deceased lord loved Molden more than anyone else. The sergeant vows before everyone that the soldiers will honor the Baron's will and protect the kingdom until the end. He states, moved, that Molden was the most valuable and precious treasure in the life of the one who sacrificed himself for all. Delton orders them to clean up the entire mess, to give a worthy farewell to the Lord, and to help the new ruler of Molden. A short while later, the Baroness Delphina gratefully watches the silent departure of the warrior at the wall's gate. The Baroness deeply thanks the mercenary for having fought and helped the kingdom of Molden, even without knowing them before. Bowing with great respect, she expresses her thanks on behalf of her deceased husband with great emotion. The hero replies dryly that there is no need to continue with those formal thanks. Cottam pats the handle of the axe and warns that he has already received his ideal payment directly from the Baron's hands. The widow insists on giving some gold coins and additional supplies, begging him to accept the gift. The barbarian refuses the money and says she should save the resources for something much more important from now on. He reveals that there is a bandit's hideout full of supplies on the West Hill, and that she should send men there. The hero warns that he has already eliminated all the criminals from the location, and that the food should be distributed to the peasants. Delphina bows again, thanking him for this generous favor that will help save the peasants from starvation. She vows that the hero's friends will be friends of Molden and asks him to visit the kingdom again in the future. The lady promises that he will be received with the highest honors when he decides to return to Molden Castle. The hero says goodbye, saying he can't promise a return but leaves it in the air that the future is always a surprise. Cottam stops for a moment and asks if the Baroness's real name is indeed Delphina, as he imagined. The woman is very surprised and asks how the mysterious warrior knows her secret personal name. The warrior closes his eyes respectfully and reveals that the deceased Baron left one last special message for her. He reports that her husband apologized in his final moments for not being able to protect her tulips. In Delphina's memory, the Baron appears smiling and lovingly caring for the colorful tulips in the royal garden. The Baroness can't contain her emotion and begins to weep profusely upon realizing that her husband loved her until the very last second. Kadam concludes by saying that the Baron met his end with honor as the true Lord of Molden, and not as the feared demon Baron. He says she can be proud of her husband as he walks away, leaving the woman to weep in silence. Later, Duncan walks through the forest, chattering excitedly about how he noticed the terrible monster's presence in the basement. The young man continues to describe the bizarre demon heart until he is interrupted by the already impatient barbarian. Kadam scolds the merchant and demands that he shut up so the two of them can walk in peace on the road. The hero asks if the boy brought what he asked for, and the young man hands him a leather flask containing a liquid. He analyzes the collected essence from the possessed demon and deduces that the fluid is capable of granting mental immunity. The barbarian reflects that even that strong essence will not be able to protect him from the terrible curse of madness. He decides he will need to look for the mage Melissa at the mage's tower to try to find a cure for this affliction. Kadam gazes at his dwarven battle axe, happy to have such a powerful weapon that will reduce his dependence on the essence. He reflects that he never saw such a powerful weapon in the game, and deduces that it must have been forged in the ancient mythical era. The hero concludes that the battle axe of the ancient dwarves must belong at least to the unique rarity level of items. The warrior wonders why a treasure with such colossal power would be hidden in the underground of that castle. Duncan gets nervous and says that there was a strange white symbol drawn on the chest where the magical weapon was stored. Kadam finds that detail about the symbol very concerning, but decides it's not worth going back to Molden just to investigate. The barbarian remembers that he left a huge trail of red in his escape, and that his pursuers must be on his heels. He deduces that the likely holy knights of the Order of Elga must already be following his tracks through the forest. The warrior knows that low-level paladins won't be a problem, but fears the absurd power of high-ranking knights. Kadam recalls with hatred the terrible supreme paladin who in the past mercilessly took down hundreds of warriors. That dark memory brings bitter feelings to the barbarian, who continues his journey in silence beside Duncan. Kadam walks thoughtfully through the forest, cursing the religious fanatics who live hunting people in the name of the church. Far away, the paladin Helia complains irritably about the slowness of her subordinate Eden, who is keeping her waiting. The young Aiden apologizes, frightened, while the arrogant leader finds him completely pathetic for not being able to keep up. Helia points to the horizon, warning that they are finally very close to reaching the territory of Molden. Back in the forest, Duncan shouts in fear, warning the barbarian that he is going completely the wrong way. Panting, the young man warns that if they continue this way, they will run right into the advanced guard post at the kingdom's border. He points to a hidden shortcut on the hillside and suggests they take that detour to avoid the guards. Kadam realizes he ended up speeding up without noticing due to the anxiety from the old memories that resurfaced in his mind. The warrior accepts his companion's suggestion and calmly follows the alternative dirt path suggested by Duncan. He continues his journey thoughtfully, remembering everything that happened at the castle and the tragic end of the heroic Baron. Duncan shyly tries to get the barbarian's attention, but hesitates at the last second, not knowing how to start a conversation. The young man looks away, embarrassed, and says it was nothing important as he adjusts the heavy straps of his large backpack. The warrior looks at his shining dwarven battle axe and lets out a cold sigh, ignoring his companion's shyness. Finding the boy too dull, Kadam just uses his strength to cut a dry branch that was blocking the passage. Duncan walks behind, downcast and silent, feeling the fatigue of that long and dangerous journey through the dense forest. Meanwhile, Helia continues to ride swiftly along the dirt road with her shining horse, full of holy energy. The animal's hooves run at a frantic pace, kicking up dust along the trail that leads toward the kingdom's border. Suddenly, the impatient paladin pulls the reins of her mount, ordering the animal to stop immediately on the road. The horse stops abruptly under the leader's command, who turns back to wait for her late subordinate. Eden arrives shortly after with his normal horse, completely exhausted and panting from the absurd pace of the journey. The blonde woman complains that they are making no progress and demands that her partner ride much faster from now on. The young man replies that it's impossible to go faster with a common horse and mentally complains about his superior's unfairness. He remembers that she has an exclusive divine horse granted only to the supreme paladins of the Church of Elga. Eden suggests they stop in Molden to gather information about the barbarian and check the rumors about the demon there. Helia refuses, saying the imperial family has forbidden the order from interfering in the region and that the focus is on hunting Linton's aggressor. The paladin glares at him coldly and severely warns him to never forget his sacred duty as a knight. The young man thinks irritably that it's absurd for the church to commit acts against innocents in the name of a supposed divine mission. Seeing that her partner is delaying the journey, Helia clicks her tongue impatiently, deciding to take a drastic step in the search. She announces she will advance alone to capture the fugitive and orders the young man to follow behind, looking for clues. The woman takes off at a gallop with her divine horse, leaving her companion behind in the middle of that empty, dusty trail. The subordinate watches the dust rise with anger as he sees the arrogant leader disappear over the horizon without a care for him. The trail of dust disappears around the bend of the dirt road, leaving the young knight alone, and frustrated with the situation, he lets out a cry of anger, cursing his superior and venting all his accumulated frustration from that tiring journey. Taking a deep breath, Eden asks Elga for forgiveness for having uttered such profane words and tries to calm down in the woods. He questions why his deity would grant such incredible powers to someone as arrogant and cruel as that woman. The young man scolds himself for having such profane thoughts and tries to accept that all of this is part of the mysterious divine will. He dismounts from his tired horse, deciding to investigate the surrounding area on foot to see if he can find any useful clues. The warrior murmurs that the divine paths are too mysterious for a simple human to truly try to understand them. Suddenly, he notices something strange etched into the packed dirt ground of the forest, and his eyes widen in great surprise. Upon crouching down, Eden discovers colossal footprints on the ground and confirms with certainty that they are the marks of the barbarian they are hunting. He notices that the barbarian changed direction and finds it strange that such an experienced fugitive would make a silly mistake like that. The young knight follows the footprints that lead into the dense vegetation, leaving the main road behind. He notices cleanly and precisely cut branches, deducing that the target used an extremely sharp blade there. The young man decides to tie his horse to a nearby tree so he continue his investigation silently. He firmly wields his holy shield and draws his sword, prepared to face any danger in the dense woods. Eden walks cautiously along the closed trail, trying not to make any noise so as not to reveal his presence in the forest. He ventures deeper into the dense woods, hearing only the sound of dry leaves crunching under his heavy boots. The young man realizes that the forest is becoming increasingly dense and dark, wondering where this path will lead. He wonders, intrigued, how that foreign warrior managed to discover the existence of such a hidden shortcut. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice coming from the woods and goes on high alert, realizing he is not alone. The night Eden watches, hidden, as Duncan comments that this closed vegetation shortcut would be the best escape route. The barbarian suddenly interrupts his companion's speech upon sensing a hostile and suspicious presence near the bushes, hidden in the woods. The paladin silently celebrates for finally having found the terrible target they were hunting. Eden remembers that the hero's face is identical to the dark image revealed by the church's holy relic earlier. The paladin focuses his gaze on Kadam, confirming that the strong man before him is indeed the wanted barbarian. He trembles with fear, remembering that the relic broke when it reflected him, and wonders if he can defeat him without any help. The young man decides he has done his part by locating him and plans to let the arrogant Helia handle the rest of the combat. He plans to retreat silently to report the barbarian's location and end this tiring cat and mouse game for good. But as he tries to retreat, the young knight ends up stepping on a dry branch that breaks with a loud noise. He panics completely, knowing that the slightest noise in the silent forest may have revealed his presence to the target. In the blink of an eye, Kadam spins around with absurd speed and violently attacks the bush using his dwarven axe. The magical weapon comes down, creating a blue trail in the air toward the spot where the frightened paladin was hiding. The young man barely has time to react and manages to raise his blessed iron shield to narrowly block the fatal blow. The crushing impact of Kadam's weapon generates a deafening noise that cracks the young knight's shield in half. Idon's arm trembles violently under the absurd weight of the blow, and he realizes his equipment is breaking. He is shocked to see his blessed holy shield completely damaged by just a single blow from the barbarian. The paladin stares at the broken shield in total panic, realizing that this enemy weapon possesses an extraordinary power. Without giving the opponent time to recover, Kadam leaps toward the young man with a look full of murderous fury. The hero curses the knight, calling him a wretched fanatic, and delivers another violent attack to try to end the combat quickly. The young man manages to dodge by a miracle as the barbarian advances with a frantic sequence of physical blows. Kadam spins his blade with mastery, creating a cutting barrier of wind that forces the paladin to retreat in fear. The barbarian aims with pinpoint precision at the slit of the enemy's helmet visor, trying to deliver a fatal thrust. The paladin lets out a groan of pain as he manages to block the direct attack against his helmet at the very last millisecond. With a quick move, the hero delivers a violent elbow strike and throws the opponent backward to destabilize him. Then, the barbarian lands a powerful kick against the young man's shield, making the paladin completely lose his balance. The young knight is thrown far away and falls heavily onto the packed dirt ground, letting out a cry of pure agony. He tries to get up but realizes that the weight of the holy shield, now without divine energy, prevents him from reacting with agility. Kadam takes advantage of the fall and raises his enormous magical axe to deliver a final blow against the defenseless opponent. In desperation, Eden drops his heavy shield on the ground and quickly rolls to the side to escape the fatal attack. The barbarian's axe comes down with colossal force, opening a deep gash in the ground where the young man was lying before. The dust rises as the young man watches, terrified, at the demonstration of superhuman strength from that relentless warrior. He realizes with horror that if he hadn't dropped the shield in time, he would have been split in two along with the equipment. Eden looks at his blessed shield, which was cut in half as if it were paper by the magical blade of the enormous axe. Kadam glares at him coldly, saying that this trail is not common for knights, and asks if the paladin was following him. He notices that the opponent is completely alone in the forest and pulls his axe from the ground, prepared to attack again. The barbarian states coldly that it won't be difficult at all to silence the only witness to his escape in the middle of that forest. The paladin gulps upon seeing the enemy's slow approach, knowing he is cornered and has no chance of escaping. In an act of desperation, the young man gets to his feet and raises his shining sword to try to defend his life as best he can. He begins to chant a holy prayer, imploring his deity Elga to grant him the necessary strength to fight. Kadam throws his spinning axe toward the young man with absurd speed to interrupt the enemy's magic. The weapon hits the young man in the middle of his prayer, interrupting the holy light spell before it could be completed. The impact throws the young paladin backward, breaking his concentration and frustrating his attempt to use divine magic. The hero scoffs, saying he won't let the enemy use spells in peace, and orders Duncan to get his axe from the ground. The knight curses in frustration upon realizing he failed to receive the blessing because of the rival's quick and aggressive reaction. Without giving any respite, the barbarian advances with firm and swift steps, closing the distance to restart the physical confrontation. He delivers an extremely fast diagonal cut, catching the paladin completely by surprise with his insane speed. The young man can barely see the blade's movement, and his eyes widen upon realizing the enemy is already in front of him. Their swords clash, generating a large wave of blue sparks as the young man desperately tries to defend himself. The paladin trembles under the crushing pressure and realizes with horror that he would have been knocked out if the blow had hit his helmet. Khadan continues to force his blade down, easily overcoming the physical resistance of the exhausted holy knight. The barbarian takes advantage of the opening and delivers a glancing blow that strikes the opponent's heavy armor squarely. Idon's eyes widen in fear as he feels the enemy's blade tear through the metal of his protection with extreme ease. He realizes with terror that the barbarian not only possesses absurd brute force, but is also a very experienced warrior. Khadan initiates an insane sequence of rapid blows, spinning his sword in a completely unpredictable manner in the woods. The paladin feels his joints pop with each block, unable to predict the direction of the barbarian's blows. He despairs, feeling that he is not facing a common human, but a true monster disguised as a man. In a swift and precise move, the hero firmly grabs the wrist of the young holy knight's armed arm. The young man lets out a murmur of astonishment upon having his movements blocked by the opponent's immense strength. With a cold and focused gaze, Khadan spins his body to deliver a fatal and definitive blow to end the fight. The barbarian severs the enemy's right arm in a brutal cut, drawing a deafening cry of pain from the paladin. Without showing any mercy, the hero spins his sword in the air, preparing to deliver the final thrust to his rival. He drives the blade into the enemy's neck through the slits of the helmet, drawing a terrible groan of agony from the young man. Idon screams in pain as the red liquid gushes from his neck, staining his entire shining armor. The paladin's sword falls heavily onto the packed dirt ground, mixing with the pool of red that spreads through the woods. The wounded young man collapses against a large tree, breathing with great difficulty and feeling his life fading. The barbarian scoffs at the young man's skills, saying he is too weak to be considered an elite paladin. The paladin curses in frustration upon realizing that without his right arm, he has no chance of continuing to fight. In a final act of desperation, he extends his left hand toward his sword thrown on the ground to try to attack. He attempts a quick blow, but Khadan dodges with ease, showing that this desperate attempt was futile. The warrior just watches the blow pass into the void without showing any concern for the rival's reaction. Duncan comes running with the axe and is startled to realize that the wounded paladin took advantage of the opening to flee. The hero takes his battle axe from the young man's hands and prepares to go after the fugitive in the dark forest. Khadan walks with slow and firm steps, following the trail of red left by the wounded paladin among the bushes. Meanwhile, the young knight runs desperately through the dense woods, panting in pain from his serious wound. Idon stops for a moment to catch his breath, feeling the unbearable weight of his metal armor on his body. He tears the helmet from his head and throws it into the bushes, trying to get rid of all unnecessary weight to run faster. The heavy pieces of his iron armor fall to the ground as he focuses all his strength on reaching his horse. The young man thinks that if he can escape, he can alert the paladin Helia about the real danger that barbarian represents. But his eyes widen in terror as he sees a frightening shadow appear right in the middle of his escape path. Khadan suddenly appears, blocking the passage, and delivers a brutal axe blow that stops the young man's escape. The paladin is hit squarely and falls violently into the dense vegetation, letting out another cry of pure pain. Idon falls, defeated, at the foot of a large tree as the barbarian calmly approaches, holding the stained axe. The hero retrieves his magical weapon from the ground and coldly warns that this time, the enemy will have to answer his questions. He demands to know if there are other holy knights accompanying the young man on that relentless hunt through the forest. The young man spits a red liquid and replies with hatred that he will not reveal anything to a filthy monster, begging to be finished off quickly. Kadam stares at the young man with an extremely cold gaze and begins to move his sharp blade toward the wounded man. He delivers a painful blow to the paladin's shoulder, generating another terrible gush of red onto the dry leaves of the woods. The young man screams in pain as his body contorts on the ground due to the extreme suffering of that new wound. The hero coldly questions why he should take his life when leaving him alive in pain would be a much worse punishment. He cruelly states that keeping the enemy alive, feeling all that agony, will be a much more painful fate. The barbarian strikes another part of the wounded man's body, drawing a desperate cry of agony from the young knight. Kadam repeats the question threateningly, demanding to know if there are more holy paladins in the forest region. Duncan watches that terrible session of torment, completely horrified by his companion's frightening brutality. The paladin stares at the hero with a sweaty and stained face, showing that he would rather perish than reveal the secrets. In an extreme act of resistance, Eden bites his own tongue with full force to try to end his own life in front of them. Duncan notices the desperate act and screams in horror upon realizing the paladin preferred to take his own life rather than talk. The young holy knight chokes on his own essence, letting out his last murmurs of pain as he collapses, strengthless. Barbarian scoffs at that attempt to end it all and extends his hand to hold the agonizing opponent's face on the ground. Kadam warns that as long as the young man can blink, he can interrogate him, ordering him to blink to answer yes or no. He raises his battle axe and threatens to drive the blade into the young man's other shoulder if he refuses to cooperate. Kadam tells the young man to think very carefully if he really wants all that extreme pain to end soon. The paladin trembles in agony under the strong psychological pressure, but tries to resist, letting out groans of suffering. The barbarian interrogates the young man about the other knights, inflicting painful blows with each silence or hesitation. He asks precise questions about the archbishop and the supreme paladin, ignoring the young man's desperate attempt to resist. Without getting the answers he wanted, Kadam delivers a final and violent blow to the injured opponent's neck. The young knight's lifeless body collapses against the tree trunk, staining the dry leaves with his essence. The barbarian observes the pale face of the deceased warrior, who now seems to finally rest from all that agony. He wonders in silence if the young man's peaceful expression is due to relief from the pain or his divine belief. Either way, the hero cleans his axe, satisfied to have managed to discover crucial information about his rivals. Kadam turns his back on the body and decides that the two of them cannot waste another second with this hunt. Duncan is startled by the barbarian's sudden movement and calls out to him, confused, not understanding the reason for such a hurry. The young man runs after the warrior, asking if the other paladins of the Holy Order are already very close to them. The young man musters his courage and shyly asks if that cruel torment of the paladin wasn't too violent and extreme. Without answering, the barbarian stops his steps in the middle of the closed trail, creating a tense silence between the two. Duncan continues to vent, saying that the paladin was just following orders and didn't seem like a bad person. With his back turned, the warrior coldly asks if the young man has ever had his tongue ripped out by the root in his life. The young merchant stammers, confused by that frightening question, not knowing how to react to the barbarian's tone of voice. Kadam describes brutal torments like having one's skin peeled off and bones broken while slowly waiting for the end. The boy feels a terrible shiver run through his entire body, remaining completely silent out of pure terror. The warrior reveals that his former allies were cruelly tormented by a supreme paladin after a misunderstanding. He concludes that if he hadn't forced the young man to talk, they would have been caught by surprise by the same relentless paladin. Kadam turns to his travel companion and tells the young merchant to pay close attention to what he is about to say. The hero warns that he has no intention of tolerating meddling or letting himself be guided by foolish mercy in this land. He firmly states that he will not hesitate to commit any atrocity to achieve his true journey's objective. With a cold and focused gaze, The barbarian warns that he has always acted in this relentless manner and will continue to do so in the future. Duncan begins to tremble with terror as he deduces the terrible meaning behind the warrior's intimidating words. The young man asks with a trembling voice, that means he too could be discarded or taken down at any moment. He confesses that he is terrified of being abandoned among the forest monsters or suffering at the barbarian's hands. Desperate, Duncan begs to know what he must do not to be treated as a simple piece of disposable meat. The young man shouts, asking what he needs to do to be respected like the Baron of Molden and earn the warrior's trust. The two stare at each other in an absolute and extremely tense silence in the middle of that dark and damp forest trail. Without answering, Kadam just closes his eyes and walks past the boy, advising him to just try not to perish there. The warrior advances, cutting the dry branches of the vegetation with his blade, quickly clearing a path through the woods. Kadam calls for the young merchant, who is still paralyzed with fear, trying to process the warrior's harsh words. The young man flinches, scared, and replies quickly, showing total submission and fear before the imposing barbarian. He asks with concern if they are on the right path, as they have been walking for 2 days without leaving the forest. The barbarian stops walking and murmurs that there is indeed something very strange happening with the geography of that dense region. Duncan gets very nervous and starts to sweat, stalling as he gives his explanation about the route they took. The young man confesses that he realized they took the wrong path yesterday, but was afraid to say anything after seeing the incident in the forest. He recalls with terror the scenes of the paladin's torment and end, internally vowing to do everything to stay alive. Duncan bites his lips, regretting having touched on that sensitive subject, and tries to calm down so as not to irritate the barbarian. The young man apologizes for the mistake and says they should have reached the plains of the Molden Kingdom's border yesterday. Kadam tells the young man to open the map and asks if there is any forest with such gigantic dimensions in that area of the map. Duncan opens the scroll and explains, trembling, that the only forest of that size would be the great forest inhabited by the elves. The hero questions if that map is really reliable, and the boy swears he paid a high price for the document at a famous guild. The young man guarantees that the map was recently updated, and that it would be impossible for a forest of that size to appear out of nowhere. The barbarian analyzes the surrounding trees and realizes they are not walking in circles, as the trails are always new. Kadam deduces that there is something mystical obscuring the path, but decides that first, they need to find shelter before nightfall. The warrior calls for the young merchant, who responds promptly and makes himself fully available to help in any way he can. Duncan trembles as he climbs the tallest tree in the region under the barbarian's orders to try to spot any way out of the forest. Duncan wonders what he could possibly see from up there, and his eyes widen upon noticing something shining in the dense woods. He spots a thin wisp of dark smoke rising from between the canopies of the large forest trees in the middle of the evening. The boy joyfully announces that there is a fire in that direction as a gigantic blue serpent stealthily approaches. The enormous reptile moves quickly and silently through the trees, preparing to strike the warrior. The serpent leaps fiercely with its mouth open toward Kadam's neck, trying to sink its venomous fangs. With absurd reflexes, the barbarian just extends his hand and grabs the reptile by the neck, stopping the attack in midair. The animal writhes desperately in the warrior's crushing grip, who continues to stare coldly at the creature. Kadam uses both hands to firmly hold the reptile's scaly body, preparing to end that threat. The warrior applies his brutal force, tearing and splitting the serpent in two with extreme ease in the middle of the woods. The creature's essence gushes violently, staining the dry leaves as the hero throws the pieces onto the soft ground. The severed body falls to the ground, but continues to writhe bizarrely as if it were still alive. Kadam just clicks his tongue disdainfully and tosses the animal's head aside without giving it much thought. Suddenly, the serpent's headless body begins to roll on the ground, generating a strange noise through the vegetation. The barbarian turns in surprise upon noticing that the creature's wound has started to close and regenerate at the speed of light. The warrior stares silently at the animal, trying to understand the mystery behind that impressive regeneration. The wound at the tip of the reptile's body closes completely, revealing that new tails are growing there. The blue serpent slithers away quickly, revealing that it now has two tails where its head used to be. Kadam notices that the animal's size has decreased, but is astonished to see the duplicated tails appear in place of the wound. Duncan slides desperately from the tree upon seeing the bizarre reptile pass and runs to hide behind the warrior. The young merchant screams in terror upon seeing Kadam holding the severed piece of the animal with his stained hands. The hero analyzes the severed piece and notices that this separate part shows no sign of magical regeneration. He throws the remains away and suggests they head toward the smoke, telling his companion to warn him if he sees more snakes. The boy stammers, confused, not understanding how that two-tailed, headless abomination could still be moving. Kadam walks thoughtfully, connecting the regeneration to the nature of the forest, while the young man begs not to be left alone. The warrior focuses his gaze on the dark trail, trying to connect the bizarre facts with the ancient secrets of the continent. They advance through the dense vegetation until they come across the bright flames of a small campfire in the forest. The two cautiously approach and spot a mysterious hooded figure sitting peacefully near the fire. Kadam and the young Duncan walk slowly toward the camp to try to discover the stranger's identity. The warrior approaches the fire, keeping his guard up, as the mysterious figure begins to move under the dark cloak. The stranger slightly raises his head from under the torn hood and introduces himself to the travelers, saying his name is Nazran. The hero glares at him with suspicion, waiting for the stranger to reveal his face from under that tattered cloak. Nazran reveals his face, completely disfigured by a terrible illness, and asks for the names of the two travelers in the forest. Duncan takes over the conversation, introducing Kadam as a strong mercenary and identifying himself as a simple merchant. The sick man explains that he wanders aimlessly through isolated places because he is a hunched leper who has lost his fingers and toes. The boy is frightened by the revelation and wonders how a sick man has the courage to light a fire and stay alone in the woods. Nazran comments that he prefers the forest because there are no people there to throw stones or spit on his deformed body. The old man notices that the barbarian is not afraid and comments that he heard the desert priestesses can cure any illness. Kadam gives a slight smile and replies thoughtfully that they indeed performed miracles, but he doesn't know if things are still the same today. The boy finds the hero's answer strange, thinking he seems unfamiliar with the current situation of his own home in the desert. Barbarian changes the subject and asks if the old man knows anything about this forest that isn't even on the maps. The man smiles, revealing rotten teeth, and says he can tell the secrets of the woods as long as he receives something in return for the favor. The leper stares bizarrely at the two, showing that he has no intention of revealing any valuable information for free. The young merchant stammers worriedly, offering some of his food and gold coins to pay for information about the location. The sick man refuses, saying he has food and doesn't need coins, but suggests a fair exchange of stories among the three. He asks an extremely vulgar and disrespectful question about the intimate habits of the barbarian woman of the desert. Nazran glares at Kadam with a perverse smile, trying to extract a sexually toned answer from the serious and cold warrior. He disgustingly says he would like to lie with a young barbarian woman, and that they would accept coins, even from a leper. Duncan starts to sweat with terror upon hearing those disgusting offenses, knowing the old man could be finished at any second. Ignoring the insults, Kadam takes a step forward and questions why the bandages on his hands are so bulky. The old man laughs and explains that he filled the empty wrappings with wheat straw so he wouldn't feel the discomfort of no longer having fingers. Kadam firmly grips Nazran's bandaged wrist, preventing him from continuing to speak. Nazran challenges the warrior, asking if he would like to check his bandages for himself. The leper warns, laughing, that the barbarian will end up bitterly regretting it if he decides to look at what's there. Suddenly, the bandages begin to unravel quickly, revealing what was hidden underneath them. Duncan lets out a gasp of pure terror upon witnessing the true appearance of the mysterious man's hands. The young merchant is horrified to see that the man has a bizarre number of deformed fingers. Without hesitating for a second, Kadam raises his axe and delivers a swift blow toward the leaper. The heavy blade cuts through the enemy's deformed arm, causing a lot of red liquid to gush violently through the forest. The severed limb flies far away as Kadam takes a step back, maintaining his fully alert combat stance. The monstrous arm falls to the ground with a splash of red as the enemy just lets out a sarcastic laugh in the darkness. Nazran bizarrely says, "Thank you," stating that he had wanted someone to cut that arm off once and for all. Kadam silently unsheathes his sword to prepare for whatever comes next in the battle. The leper asks if he hadn't warned him about regret as the wound on his arm begins to bubble. Several deformed arms begin to sprout rapidly from the wound where the limb was cut. The monster repeats, laughing that the barbarian would deeply regret starting that combat. Kadam watches the monster's laughter while coldly calculating his next move in the darkness. The hero advances, saying he wants to see what happens when the monster's head is cut off. Nazran dodges the violent attack, laughing, and mockingly warns that he would prefer to refuse that fatal offer from the barbarian. Kadam is surprised to sense a sudden attack coming directly from behind him in the middle of the darkness. The warrior reacts with quick reflexes and blocks the direct hit, using the sturdy blade of his sword. He quickly dodges his head by millimeters as another weapon whizzes very close to his face. Kadam lets out a low groan as he feels the strong wind of the enemy's attack graze dangerously past him. Numerous metal spears begin to be fired in a frantic sequence of thrusts against the warrior. Kadam moves with impressive speed, blocking each of the iron projectiles that try to pierce him. With an extremely focused gaze, he analyzes the enemy's rapid patterns to find an opening in the midst of the chaos. The barbarian takes advantage of an opening and cuts another of the arms that was trying to attack him from behind by surprise. The severed limb falls to the cold ground of the woods as Kadam moves away to reorganize his defense strategy. Nazran praises Kadam's skill for being able to block and dodge attacks that have taken down several mercenaries. The monster reveals itself fully, holding several iron bars in its multiple limbs, and calls him an abomination. Kadam calmly replies that the bizarre enemy is in no position to call anyone else a monster. Duncan realizes with terror that the old man wasn't hunchbacked, but was hiding all those arms under his heavy cloak. The villain scoffs, saying that cutting off his arms is useless, and that the barbarian is just a helpless prey in the forest. The monster says the hero's curiosity will cost him dearly, but is suddenly interrupted by something unexpected. Kadam simply shoves the blade of his axe directly into the burning embers of the camp's fire. The hero raises his weapon, which is now completely engulfed in bright flames, and faces him with total tranquility. Kadam ironically asks if using fire will permanently stop the monster's severed limbs from growing back. The warrior says that now is the perfect time to start pruning those horrible and deformed limbs from his rival. Desperate, the leper furiously charges at the hero, using all his metal bars at the same time. Kadam spins his flaming axe with extreme force, clearing a path through the opponent's frantic attacks. The villain clicks his tongue in anger upon realizing the hero's quick intelligence in setting his own cutting weapon on fire. With a swift move, Kadam prepares a second devastating blow to secure victory in the deadly combat in the woods. The monster screams furiously, realizing he can't let the barbarian get close with that blade at any cost. Several thrusts graze past Kadam's neck as he dodges each charge without showing hesitation. The hero unleashes the fire axe, severing a few more of the enemy's arms, who screams in pain from the burns. The stumps of the severed limbs begin to release a thick, black smoke due to the extreme heat of the flames. The terrible leper roars in agony upon realizing that the pain of the burned wound is much worse than he imagined. Taking advantage of the rival's pain, Kadam runs forward like a lightning bolt to deliver the finishing blow. The barbarian's foot hits the ground with extreme firmness, generating a great impact and propelling his body even further. He executes a swift and precise horizontal cut toward the monster's chest, who tries to defend himself without success. Nazran lets out a final desperate scream of pure pain as he is struck squarely by the warrior's fatal attack. Kadam focuses his gaze on his opponent, preparing his fist to deliver another powerful attack. The two exchange violent attacks in the middle of the clearing, making bright sparks fly everywhere. Kadam takes advantage of the moment of distraction and raises his flaming axe to deliver a direct blow from above. The heavy weapon tears off more of the opponent's arms with a brutal impact, drawing an agonizing scream from him. Nazran stumbles back in pain as he tries to protect what's left of his bloodied limbs. The monster realizes with fear that he made the worst mistake of his life by choosing to fight that barbarian warrior. He decides that his top priority now must be to flee from there to regenerate far from the danger. Kadam gives the enemy no chance to escape, leaping quickly in his direction in the darkness. A gigantic and brilliant slash cuts through the forest air, breaking the opponent's remaining defense in the middle of the night. Nazran is hit squarely by the devastating blow, letting out another loud groan of deep pain in his chest. With no strength to remain standing, the monster collapses to its knees on the dry ground, showing its complete defeat. The villain realizes with horror that the fire has cauterized his wounds, preventing his arms from growing back. A sharp blade descends at high speed, shining intensely under the faint light of the stars in the dark sky. Kadam drives his sword deep into Nazran's chest, making the monster let out a desperate scream of agony. He cannot believe he was defeated so easily, even possessing a body considered unbeatable. The leper wonders if that frightening barbarian also obtained his powers through some demon. Nazran breathes with great difficulty as he faces the relentless figure of the warrior before him. He smiles bitterly and admits that Kadam is not a simple human, but a monster in sheep's clothing. The leper asks if he also used demonic magic, but Kadam remains in absolute silence, just staring at him. Desperate, the villain begs for his life and promises to tell everything he knows about the mysteries of that forest. Nazran reveals that the entire forest was created by a demon with the bizarre power to duplicate and regenerate limbs. He explains that the cut plants multiplied, causing the forest to expand rapidly after harvesting. Duncan is extremely surprised to connect this story with the missing soldiers of Viscount Adlin. The leper says that the mutation was a blessing that saved his rotten body, allowing him to gain new arms. He explains that he used the campfire to attract travelers but laments that this ended up revealing his own location. Kadam turns slowly with a cold gaze and asks, without any emotion, if the monster has finished speaking. Nazran despairs and screams for mercy upon seeing the hero raise the sharp sword above his head again. The warrior replies coldly, questioning at what point he had promised to spare the rival's life. Kadam states that the monster only spoke of its own free will, leaving the enemy completely speechless. The villain desperately begs, shouting that he had finally gotten a body immune to the rot of the disease. Kadam's relentless blow takes off the monster's head in the middle of its last desperate plea for salvation. Kadam kicks the severed head directly into the burning fire, ensuring the enemy is completely burned. Duncan watches the flames thoughtfully, wondering what kind of terrible creature would be capable of altering the entire forest. Kadam reflects on how the malice and special properties of demons corrupt everything around their presence. He remembers a rare species known as a transmuter and realizes he has faced something similar in the past. He analyzes the gray body, remembering that the monster's property makes the cut parts multiply by 2. The hero remembers that he had already faced an identical demon during his first playthrough, at the end of the ancient world. That terrible creature inhabited the darkest depths of the demonic realm many centuries ago. The memory transports him 300 years into the past, in the middle of a bloody war against the enemy hordes. A fearless knight advances, leaping with his sword raised toward one of the gigantic demons of that area. The armored warrior delivers a powerful cut, drawing a lot of dark essence and gravely wounding the opponent. The creature's immense arm plummets to the stone ground as the battle around them grows increasingly violent. The demon roars with hatred, feeling the terrible pain as its own essence gushes from the newly opened wound on its body. Suddenly, the severed limb begins to close, and new grotesque arms instantly sprout in a bizarre fashion. Two immense, muscle-covered arms grow in place of the previous one, leaving everyone present in total shock. The knight watches, perplexed, as the terrible, regenerated monster lets out a mocking laugh and prepares to attack. The young blonde warrior complains furiously, realizing that the combat will never end if the demons keep healing. A large, mystical staff strikes the ground forcefully, generating a shining barrier to ward off the malevolent creatures. The priest Gordon warns Gale not to strike without thinking, as a transmuter demon is applying regeneration in the area. His companion desperately asks him to draw the stronger monsters far away from there as quickly as possible. The priestess Cyril tries to locate the transmuter demon that is spreading its bizarre energy across the battlefield. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she notices something frightening in the middle of that red mist on the battlefield. Cyril shouts, warning that she has found the transmuter demon and that it is right in front of the warrior Kadam. Kadam faces the terrible multi-headed demon, knowing that it was indeed the sole culprit for that anomaly. The monster with several serpent heads has the absurd ability to duplicate every severed limb. The warrior grips his heavy axe, realizing he is facing a true legendary and destructive hydra. The creature's heads let out frightening hisses as they advance with extreme hunger toward the barbarian. Kadam desperately tries to remember how the ancient legends defeated that terrible regenerative monster. Suddenly, a strong blast of fire is fired by an ally who loudly shouts the hero's name on the battlefield. Kadam raises his immense axe and absorbs the intense flames of the blade with a look of total surprise and understanding. He recognizes that this magical fire is the legendary inferno fire conjured by his intelligent ally, Melissa. The multi-headed monster roars furiously without showing any fear of that new flaming weapon. The young Melissa shouts, telling the barbarian to strike immediately while the magical flames are at their peak. Kadam prepares, concentrating all his brutal strength in his arms to perform an extremely decisive move. The hero attacks with insane speed and severs one of the immense serpent heads with a single blow of his axe. The severed head falls heavily to the ground as the essence boils due to the intense flames embedded in the wound. The hydra roars in confusion upon noticing that its bizarre and automatic regeneration has stopped working in that area. Kadam happily realizes that by cauterizing the wounds with fire, the creature becomes unable to regenerate its limbs. The barbarian praises the intelligence of the mage Melissa, who just gives a proud and confident smile from the rear guard. The young Gale also shouts, encouraging his companion to incinerate the rest of that demonic abomination's body. Kadam stomps his foot firmly on the ground, generating a great impact, and leaps with all his might toward his weakened target. He descends like a flaming meteor, with his axe of flames ready to tear the Hydra's body from top to bottom. He provokes the giant serpent, asking if it has ever experienced being cut entirely in half by a barbarian. The colossal fire cut tears through the air, splitting the monstrous body of the great serpent in a completely violent manner. The two halves of the monster fall to the ground as the inferno fire consumes every piece of flesh that remained. Kadam knows that without the help of Cyril and Melissa, he would have perished from exhaustion fighting that immortal monster. He recalls that Melissa burned the body until not a single fragment of flesh capable of reviving remained on the earth. The hero returns to reality intrigued, as that demon was indeed gone, and there shouldn't be another one like it. The young Duncan screams in terror, interrupting the barbarian's thoughts, and frantically points at the vegetation. Dozens of blue snakes begin to slither menacingly through the dry branches of the forest trees. The reptiles open their venomous mouths, emitting sinister sounds that make the environment even darker and more dangerous. The young man stammers desperately, asking where so many gigantic snakes, as thick as human arms, came from. Kadam calculates the risks, knowing that if he cuts the snakes, they will duplicate, and a fire could get out of control. The warrior seriously warns the merchant that they must continue advancing silently along that single trail. The two walk quickly and cautiously, their firm steps echoing lightly through the mist of the woods. Duncan notices with fear that the blue snakes are also blocking the passage on one side of the narrow path. More reptiles appear from another direction, further limiting the escape routes of the two travelers in the middle of the woods. The merchant trembles with fear, not understanding the bizarre situation, while Kadam just analyzes the scene in absolute silence. Kadam realizes that the snakes are intentionally guiding the two of them to a specific location controlled by the enemy. It is an unavoidable trap created by the monster that commands the forest to force the intruders to approach. The warrior approaches the young man and tells him to pay close attention to every word he is about to say. Kadam orders the young man to stay behind, gathering dry branches to light a fire and prepare a lit torch. He instructs the young man to set the forest on fire and run in any direction if he finds himself in a situation of extreme danger. The hero coldly warns that he has no time for detailed explanations, but that they both might perish if he doesn't obey. Duncan gulps, realizing the gravity of the situation, knowing that their end would be certain if they make a mistake. The boy nervously agrees, lowering his head and preparing to faithfully follow Kadam's orders. The barbarian quickly checks his equipment, ensuring that everything he needs is positioned for combat. Kadam takes a deep breath and advances with determination toward the dense, dark mist to face the real threat. While the young man tries to light the fire with stones, Kadam walks silently into the enemy's territory. He walks slowly, wielding his sturdy sword, ready to cut down any abomination that appears in his path. Kadam smells a strong odor and notices that the demonic energy becomes denser with each step taken in the forest. The barbarian stops, walking upon encountering a dark and silent swamp. Just ahead in the middle of the vegetation, he focuses his gaze on an immense dead tree that seems to concentrate most of that corrupted energy of the place. A bizarre creature with glowing red eyes appears in the middle of the darkness, revealing its frightening presence. Kadam thinks about how difficult it would be to regain his past power in such an isolated and distant place from the demonic realm. Several red eyes light up in the darkness, showing that the warrior is surrounded by numerous hidden dangers. The demon with horns and sharp fangs observes the hero with an extremely sadistic and confident look of victory. The creature celebrates, saying it has finally regained its strength and has been reunited with the warrior of the desert. One of the large serpent heads opens its mouth, revealing sharp teeth ready to devour the hero at once. A bizarre humanoid head emerges from within the serpent and speaks mockingly that it has been a long time. The creature calls Kadam son of the desert with the clear objective of provoking and destabilizing the barbarian warrior. The demon repeats the provocation as it moves its multiple serpent necks to completely surround the hero. Kadam realizes with irritation that his worst feelings were correct, but wonders how that could be possible. The monster ironically asks where Kadam left his companions and why he is wandering alone there. The hero clicks his tongue and clenches his fist with great force, trying to contain his fury in the face of that disgusting creature. The warrior wonders indignantly how that demon is still alive if he himself burned it completely in the past. The demon refuses to answer and complains that Kadam took its life in the past and has now taken down its leper subordinate. Kadam is surprised to hear the word subordinate, as the monster comments that the leper was quite useful. It explains that the desperation of soldiers perishing at the leper's hands served to accumulate a lot of energy of pain and terror. The monster says it doesn't care about Nazran's passing since his obsession with life generated despair until the end. The villain proudly shows off its new horns, saying they represent the mark of its demonic evolution. Kadam realizes with concern that the presence of two horns indicates that this adversary is now a superior level demon. He notices the different color of the horns, noting that the bizarre creature's evolution happened very recently. Kadam realizes with regret that the leper's passing was precisely the trigger needed for the demon's evolution. Without his weapons and allies from the past, the barbarian warrior knows that facing a superior demon now is almost a one-way trip. The monster with glowing red eyes continues to stare at Kadam in absolute silence, awaiting his next reaction. The demon furiously questions how the human warrior can still be alive after 300 years have passed on Earth. It asks if the hero received some kind of special blessing from the old and rusty god of the desert barbarians. With Kadam's silence, the creature assumes that there must be other survivors from the past scattered across the continent. The monster says the Kadam is not the only survivor from that ancient era, which greatly startles the barbarian warrior. Kadam questions, confused, trying to understand who the superior demon is talking about at that tense moment. The hero tries to decipher the bizarre revelation as the serpent heads continue to surround him in the dark swamp. Knowing that demons are liars, Kadam grips the hilt of his sword, trying to decide if he should believe it. The hero visualizes the faces of his old and dear battle companions who fought by his side in the past. He breaks the silence and asks directly if the demon has really seen or knows the whereabouts of his old friends. The monster lets out a wicked laugh and says it can tell everything, but that it won't give any valuable information for free. It comments that it saw Kadam's new companion and calls him a pathetic piece of trash who trembles before a simple snake. The monster asks if Kadam travels with that useless coward just to feel superior along the way. The villain ponders that the young merchant has a single useful quality, which is his strong obsession with staying alive. The demon with yellow eyes tells Kadam to bring the young man there, so it can begin its terrible plan. The monster demands that the barbarian take out the young man's eyes and tongue, generating a lot of pain and despair before its eyes. The demon guarantees that if the hero torments the young man, it will reveal the whole truth about his old friends from the war. The barbarian recalls the previous conversation where Duncan asked if he would be discarded or taken down without any hesitation. The creature pressures Kadam, saying that demons don't lie in contracts and that the proposed exchange is perfectly fair. The demon questions if that useless human's life is worth more to the hero than the whereabouts of his old allies. Kadam thinks that he is not foolish enough to form bonds with someone in a few months, and that sparing lives has never been his way. The barbarian feels a revulsion for himself for hesitating for a brief moment in the face of the enemy's disgusting proposal. He firmly grips the hilt of his sword, thinking that negotiating with a demon is a joke that would make anyone laugh. He defines demons as just targets whose flesh must be torn apart and whose heads must be crushed without mercy. Kadam points his sharp sword directly at the demon's face and coldly warns that he will make a different proposal. Kadam demands to know the whereabouts of his old companions, promising a quick end if it answers. The demon remains in absolute silence, just baring its sharp teeth in a macabre and intimidating smile. The monster says there is no more need for conversation since the warrior has foolishly chosen the path of his own demise. One of the large serpent heads charges furiously, shouting that it will take him down exactly as he so desires. Kadam reacts with incredible speed, rolling to the side the exact instant the brutal blow hits the ground. The warrior plants himself on the dry ground and quickly regains his balance, preparing to counter-attack the rival. Another colossal serpent head charges hissing and strikes the ground with great violence, generating a cloud of dust. Kadam concentrates his brutal strength in his arms and executes a quick, to try to intercept the enemy's advance. The sword's blade clashes violently against the monster's hard scales, making sparks shine in the clearing. Kadam's eyes widen in total disbelief upon seeing the useless result of his blow against the rival's scales. The superior monster's thick scales remained intact, and it did not a single scratch from Kadam's attack. The demon scoffs, asking if the barbarian tried to harm it with such a pathetic sword that looks like a kitchen knife. Two immense heads attack at the same time with insane speed, giving the warrior no chance to defend. Kadam senses the dangerous approach of the attacks and freezes upon realizing he won't have enough time to dodge everything. The brutal impact throws the hero backward, who digs his feet into the ground, trying to mitigate the devastating force of the blow. Without giving the hero time to recover, another serpent strikes the clearing with extreme force, kicking up a lot of dirt. Kadam holds his weapon firmly and retreats as a shower of debris falls around him due to the constant impacts. Suddenly, he hears a whizzing sound from an unexpected direction and his eyes widen, realizing a stealthy attack. He is hit squarely by a violent blow to the ribs and lets out a loud groan of pain as his body is launched. The barbarian's body rolls violently across the ground, creating a trail of destruction in the vegetation around the swamp. Kadam places his hands on his injured ribs, trying to breathe through the intense pain, and clicks his tongue with great anger. The superior demon tilts its head and observes the injured warrior with an expression of total disdain and surprise. The serpent heads position themselves again, hissing furiously, and ready to deliver another fatal charge. A great, devastating attack hits the clearing with such force that the ground trembles frighteningly throughout the entire area. Drops of warm red liquid begin to drip slowly onto the dark dirt ground, revealing the severity of the hero's wounds. The monster comments, confused, that it can't understand how the barbarian hasn't aged at all over 300 years. It questions why Kadam has become so weak, and asks skeptically if the barbarian is hiding his real strength. The demon stops for a moment, staring at the stained warrior as a terrible suspicion arises in its mind. It asks directly if the legendary warrior of the desert has ended up losing all his incredible strength from the past. The monster repeats the question, with a mocking and victorious expression upon realizing the evident weakness of its opponent. The demon laughs, saying the warrior tried to feign strength earlier, while Kadam just holds his weapon firmly. The villain warns that the barbarian should have accepted the proposed deal, as he would have at least had a less painful end. It shouts that Kadam could have met his end knowing the whereabouts of his companions if he had been smart. Kadam reacts with bravery and uses all his remaining energy to block another fatal charge from one of the heads. The barbarian lets out a groan of pain upon feeling the violent impact that cracks the ground beneath his feet in the middle of the fight. He realizes he has broken several ribs and that the energy of the place is so dense that it even makes it difficult for him to breathe. Even gravely wounded, Kadam maintains focus, thinks that the time he has managed to buy should have been enough. The hero glances sideways at the dark trail, knowing he managed to hold off the superior demon for the planned amount of time. From the middle of the darkness emerges the silhouette of the young Duncan, who runs hastily carrying a lit fire torch. Kadam pushes himself backward and runs quickly toward the young man, leaving the multi-headed monster confused. The barbarian smiles slightly upon realizing that the superior demon hesitates for a moment and doesn't initiate a pursuit. Duncan arrives, panting, holding the bright torch, and calls out to the hero upon noticing the serious wounds on his body. The young man apologizes for the delay, explaining that the humidity of the forest made the task of lighting the flames difficult. Kadam quickly extends his arm and grabs the lit torch with an extremely firm and decisive grip in the darkness. The hero shouts, telling the merchant to run as fast as possible before the demon decides to attack him in the middle of the woods. He shouts with all his might, ordering the young man to flee from there without hesitating for a single second. The boy agrees in a panic and starts to run back, away from that clearing taken over by the demonic presence. Kadam drives his large metal sword directly into the ground with extreme force, generating a dull thud in the wet earth. Then, he pours the highly flammable oil from his bag directly onto the lit torch, which shines even brighter. With the magical flames at their peak and his sword wielded, Kadam prepares for the real round of that deadly combat. Kadam thinks that due to the demon's sheer carelessness or arrogance, he managed to buy valuable time by not being pursued. He knows perfectly well that he now has only one chance to reverse this situation and defeat the superior monster. The barbarian prepares to throw his axe with all his remaining strength toward the dense mist of the swamp. He notices that the dense demonic energy filling the forest actually blocks the giant creature's own vision. Kadam realizes that this is the perfect moment and makes his throw with extreme speed through the darkness. The axe spins at high speed, cutting through the air and creating a bright trail toward the serpent heads. With a focused gaze, the warrior knows exactly that there's only one crucial weak point to be hit. The thrown weapon hits the dark silhouette of the monster squarely, generating a large explosion of light and debris in the woods. The warrior aimed directly at the central head that serves the core to coordinate all the other serpent heads. The axe hits the main head's forehead, making the superior demon bellow deafeningly with the pain of the blow. Meanwhile, the large sword that Kadam had stuck in the ground begins to vibrate bizarrely due to the impact. The struck head pours a lot of dark essence as the monster writhes in agony, trying to resist the wound. Without wasting time, the barbarian leaps, wielding his sword, to deliver a new fatal attack against the wounded demon. Kadam focuses his determined gaze and prepares the flask of flammable oil to use as a final card in this battle. He throws the flask of oil directly toward the open wounds on the giant monster's central head. He lands firmly on the ground and prepares for his next move, knowing that every second is of extreme importance. The hero leaps backward, dodging the monster's desperate charge. As it tries to crush him with its last strength, he provokes the giant serpent, asking if this desperate scenario doesn't seem quite familiar to it. The superior demon notices the axe stuck in its skull and lets out a choked sound upon realizing the barbarian's trap. The warrior throws the lit fire torch directly at the demon's head, which is already completely soaked in oil. The exact moment the fire comes into contact with the fuel, an immense explosion of flames consumes the entire area. The inferno fire spreads violently, burning the demon's flesh and illuminating the dark swamp with flames. The multi-headed monster roars in terrible pain as it is completely engulfed by the purifying fire that consumes everything. Kadam lands on the ground, exhausted, and watches the creature burn, hoping that this attack was the final blow. The superior demon continues to bellow under the extreme heat of flames that cauterize and destroy its protective scales. The hero thinks that the oil will ensure the regeneration stops, and that the other heads will now act purely on instinct. Kadam plans to use more fire to continue cauterizing each of the remaining heads as he cuts them. But suddenly, one of the surviving heads leaps fiercely from the middle of the flames toward the unarmed warrior. With no time to dodge, Kadam uses his own arm to block the violent attack and ends up being hit hard. The barbarian's left arm suffers a devastating impact, causing a lot of red liquid to spray through the air with the violence of the blow. The hero lets out a loud groan of agony as he feels his bones breaking under the crushing grip of that giant jaw. The superior demonry emerges smiling from the flames and ridicules the barbarian's futile attempt to defeat it. The villain scoffs, asking if the hero really thought he would fall for the same fire trap from 300 years ago. Kadam is completely shocked to witness that the demon's burned wound is regenerating in an impossible way. The demon reports that 300 years ago, upon being defeated by the flaming axe, it desperately prayed for revenge. It asked to obtain a body capable of regenerating instantly, even if it were completely engulfed in flames. Kadam listens to the frightening revelation in absolute silence as he realizes his greatest combat advantage has vanished. The monster says that thanks to its new evolution, It has finally achieved its wish to overcome its weakness to fire. It laughingly warns that even if the barbarian burns the entire forest or summons the infernal fire, it will no longer be stopped. The superior demon roars loudly, guaranteeing that there is now no human way to interrupt its magical healing. The barbarian realizes with horror that fire is useless and notices that his own left arm is severely damaged. He concludes hopelessly that without fire and with a broken arm, he is in an inevitable checkmate situation. The monster savors the moment, saying it can perfectly feel all the pain and despair of the barbarian warrior. Kadam repeats the words, pain and despair, in a low voice as a dark and mysterious expression appears on his face. The barbarian lets out a defiant laugh, stating that every moment of his life has been made of only pain and despair. He wields his sword firmly with his right arm, saying he will not be defeated by a simple, overgrown snake. In an insane move, the warrior drives the sharp blade directly into his own left arm, which was already destroyed. The demon is confused to see Kadam pierce his own limb and warns that fighting in such a desperate way is useless. However, Kadam smiles darkly upon seeing that the essence has coated the blade, activating a mysterious ability of his weapon. The demon's eyes widen in total terror upon noticing the Kadam's serious wounds have begun to react in a frightening way. Enveloped in a red aura, Kadam shouts with fury that he is far from being defeated by that cursed serpent.